shout out to Hoops Jargon, man. I'm gonna add you to the crew, man. This crew called Hoops Jargon. They've been getting at it, man. They the ones that's gonna grill you, man, because they majority are all Houston people. So that's
shout out to Hoops Jargon. Shout out to Hoops
Jargon.
What up, everybody? Your boy Hoop Jargon back with another episode. And man, you know these my favorite ones, man, with my boy Dain. You know, NBA insider, college insider, the dude with his ears to the streets. And I want to thank y'all so far for supporting the channel. Shout out to the early birds in the building. Salute SMG. Salute Ghost. I appreciate y'all. I know y'all like when Dain come on the show, man, because Dain gonna keep it real. Dain got that New York vernacular. Dain got that New York swag. Shout out NCCU Dog 98 in the building. And yeah, man, we're gonna do what we do, man. And because this man knows so much behind the scenes. He knows so much with the inner workings that we enjoy with professional sports. And without further ado, let me go and bring my boy up real quick. Dain, what's up, boy?
What up, baby?
Man, how you living, man?
Can't complain. Just another rainy day. We probably seen more moisture this year in Houston than we've ever seen.
Man, don't tell me that, man. I mean, out here in LA, bro, it probably rained a good 3 times this year, dog.
Yeah, now I'm trying to get the light right for you and your people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sitting up here in my other room. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to stop the camera.
Yeah, no, handle your business. So, you know, while you're getting right, man, and thank y'all for the, you know, we're going to talk about what's going on as far as the future stars of the NBA, because everybody comes on streams talking about LeBron, talking about KD, talking about Steph. But we want to talk about some of the guys that we got to look out for later. They're going to be the future stars of tomorrow. And I think that is a very important component of what the NBA landscape was going to look like, thus going forward. And shout out to the main event 901. The main event. Hold up, man. That's at Memphis. Peace. Yeah, man. So Dain, you know, what you got going right now, man? And so then we'll start talking about the future stars or whatever.
Well, I'm just really, I'm in a process, and I was going to share with everyone at the end, but transitioning to another stage in my life. I've been well at it with Basketball Illustrated reports at the grassroots level, and I fostered some good relationships at the pro level, and it's turned into something lucrative for myself and my family, where I will be working with a team in particular exclusively this year. So I'm extremely excited about that. So I'm really putting a lot of the pro days together. University of Memphis has one October 6th and 7th. Michigan has one next Saturday. After that, Kentucky, Maryland. So I'm kind of making my rounds, putting my schedule together, you know, for my wife and family in regards to where I will be and where I won't be to make sure I'm able to do my job efficiently. But to your point, I mean, we got a preseason game, and you know, of course, the NBA, they know how to line things up. We have a foreshadowing of what they want it to be with Brooklyn opening up against LA on Sunday. Then we have a host of games on Monday and another host of games on Tuesday.
I like how you got a vernacular we.
Well, let me tell you something. Someone who comes from the entrepreneurial spirit, you definitely have been supportive, and you definitely understand just, you know, the grind that I've been on. I mean, I officially started Basketball Illustrated as a service 10 years ago, but as I've shown some people, I mean, I did my first scouting report as early as 2003, 2004, and have the proof for it. And I look back, some of the things that I got right, some of the things I got wrong. And, you know, you just understand and you just learn how to get better with what you're doing. And I think with your platform of Hoop Jargon, you've done that as well. I mean, you and I met maybe 7, 8 years ago. And just over time, you've organically grew into the space that you're in now. And you're doing a lot of great things. So always going to be, you know, a champion of what you do and whatever you have going, and always want to be a part of it wherever I can.
I appreciate that, man. And it's good to, and I'm teasing you, but it's good to see the ascension, man. Like, and coming from the entrepreneurial level to come to a level where you know, and you didn't disclose the team. I know the team, but I'll let you announce it officially before I spill the beans. But who else giving you this content, man? NBA insider, like literally employed by the NBA. This is 2 I gave you in 2 weeks, man. I'm just saying, can I at least get a like?
Yeah,
Get a like on the channel,
Like,
minimum?
was
Where
it?
you
Is
getting
there
this at?
some way we could drop some likes? I can't put nothing in the comment section, but I wish I could. Why I can't? Oh, well, I gotta log in.
You got to do it from a different device, man. It gets kind of janky with
Right.
YouTube.
But no,
Yeah.
bro. You're doing a phenomenal job, and wherever I can assist you in some of the things and people that I know that want to definitely get that word out. I'm definitely gonna put you in that space. Definitely, everybody hit his Cash App, Steve Franks 11,
Do that.
and be supportive in whatever he does. I mean, he did a great job with some apparel at one time. I don't know, he got Hollywood on the apparel side, but I took his stuff. I took it cross seas. I did a photo shoot in Italy for my man. So, I mean,
I would say this. Dain has supported my shit from day one, man. Like, he like your son, man, send me them shirts, man. I'm about to go on this trip. So he in France, he in Rome with sporting the hoop jargon stuff. So I used to make shirts all the time. And I just got a little lazy on those. But yeah, I gotta bring them back.
It back. Gotta bring it back, man. It was definitely dope.
Yeah.
I still got all of them. So I mean, whether I work out with them, cook barbecue, or they might serve as a hot glove taking stuff off the grill, I still got it. So I could have got rid of it. You never know where someone sees your brand, and that's something that is understandable for anybody in any field, not just sports like us. But you'd be surprised what you have on, what people see, and how they remember it, and then how it lingers on and it plants that seed in people's mind.
Yeah, and it's a funny backstory, man. Shout out to Hoop Jargon member Chris Martin, man. Lifelong member of Hoop Jargon. He was saying they went to Vegas like about 8 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, somewhere around there. And then like they had Hoop Jargon shirts on, and somebody recognized them at the airport. You know what I'm saying? They're like, "Oh, y'all that sports group," and that's crazy. You never know, man. You never know.
You never know. That's a fact.
You never know.
But what you want to get into, man? Things, they as they would say, getting the nut cutting time, and guys who did the photo shoots, and some people getting that sad news today and tomorrow of who's making these rosters. So I mean, shoot away. Where you want to start? West, East, South? I mean,
well, the West is going to be more compelling. So let's start in the East because I feel like there are more storylines in the East that we can start at. Here, let's just do it, man. Let's start with the Charlotte Hornets, man. They got an interesting starting five, man, of what they've seen so far.
Right.
And Kai Jones being with the starters, I didn't see that coming. And from what I understand is, I've heard prognostication saying that LaMelo has got the keys. What do you see what's going on with that team, man?
Well, when you say the Kai Jones piece, what position they playing him at?
From what I saw, from what I heard reported, he's been started at the 5.
Okay, so one quicker. We know they're younger. If you would have told me the 4, I was about to say, Mike, once again, here we go playing hardball because, you didn't necessarily do it to Kemba because you had nobody to replace him. But when it was time to sign Kemba, you didn't want to sign him. I think with Kai Jones being at the 5, he's still raw and he's still young. But I think Mike and them are looking at the mobility of that roster. Matter of fact, shout out to Charlotte, one of my childhood friends. I've known him for well over 35 years. Norman Richardson. He was named to that coaching staff, and I believe he's at the front of the bench. I want to say, but he's going to be with them every day. He was a collegiate high school standout at Grady High School in Coney Island, Brooklyn. From there, he went to Hofstra University, where he was a standout as well. And
shout out Speedy Claxton.
He had that's my brother too. That's a whole nother. Me and him go back to kindergarten. But that's my brother. Matter of fact, their season opener, bringing it full circle, is at U of H on November 9th. They open up so anybody in town catch Speedy Claxton in his coaching debut against Final Four participants U of H. But bringing it back to Norm, Norm played at Hofstra with Speedy. Speedy went to the pros first, then he came. So while you playing, Jay Wright had a stable of pros coming out of Hofstra when I think about it, because he had Speedy, he had Norm. He had Rich Apodaca, who's on the Puerto Rican, when those Puerto Rican Olympic teams around the early 2000s were really, really good with Carlos Arroyo and all those guys. All them dudes. He went to Hofstra. He didn't have Charles Jenkins. By the time Charles Jenkins came, I believe he was gone on to Villanova. But Jay Wright, his whole career has done a great job with guards. I mean, we know what he did at Villanova and what he's doing at Villanova. But that those early seeds were Speedy and Norm. So I think Norm is going to do a great job because he definitely can relate to those young guys in Charlotte. Of course, the backcourt with LaMelo and potentially James Bouknight, who I think he can help add something.
So what do you think about Bouknight, man? Because it's a lot of up and down opinions about Bouknight, man. I know he didn't look so good in the summer league. I'm not gonna kill him for that. But what do you know? He's a New York guy or whatever.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I don't think he looked bad. Let's start with that.
Davion Mitchell made it look horrible though. That one game.
Yeah, man. Like, and that was a different. So you got to remember this. You got a hungry pit bull off the chain, not even on the chain. Davion Mitchell was off the chain, and you got someone like James Bouknight, truthfully, at another position because James is more comfortable off the ball, whereas Davion is about applying pressure to any guard position. So when they kind of got together, it didn't look good. But I don't think it was as bad as people may have received it, and it was. Like, you just got to put James in the space to do what he does well, which is score the ball. Like, you don't need him with any of the ball handling duties. We're going to leave that to LaMelo. So that's going to be his call. And if I'm not mistaken, is Terry Rozier still there?
Yeah, no, Rozier going to be starting at the off guard.
So then James is not even as a rook, which is kind of good because you did it with LaMelo. So you got to show some consistency. So now your backcourt is Terry Rozier and LaMelo. Even better. Your small forward, who do you have?
I believe Gordon Hayward, I believe. He's either him or I think, Gordon Hayward and then Miles Bridges at the 4, I believe.
Bridges is at the 4, and it's going to be interesting because it's a contract year for Bridges. So how does that play out? Is he playing loose, not worry about it? Will he sign his extension? Because I want to say it's like October 31st, or they have to sign it before the month's out. Does he sign the extension before the season and he can play free, or does he not sign it and signed it? He does not sign it, and he goes through the season kind of playing on eggshells, and he's like, he pulls a John Collins move. Like, John Collins, he had a great year, but I guarantee you the tension, the blow up with Trae Young, that doesn't happen if he got his money already. So that is also going to be another way to play it out. PJ Washington is another one there. It's Brandon Patterson. Shout out to BP.
Shout out to B-Pat, man.
PJ, we all know off the court mentally, it's been rough for him this summer. He was taken to school. He was taken to church. He was taken a lot of places. And he's probably going to get taken to the cleaners when he get paid. It's a learning experience, though. You know, I know PJ personally, his dad, PJ Sr., his mom, great woman. He's going to be all right. He's going to figure it out. I think it's how do they build off of last year, and if they can build, if they have something to bring forward with them, because like I think you and I talked about this on the phone that you have some young core groups, they're just in different phases. Some young core groups have taken their lumps and their L's. Now it's time to uplift. I thought personally, even though I know your connection, keeping it in the ball space with Lonzo in New Orleans. I honestly thought they probably should have tried to keep him because now you got a new coach. Sure. They took their L, so now they should be learning how to win. Yeah. But now it's a step back because now you got a new point guard, new coach. Front office is completely out of control over there. So now going over to bringing it back to Charlotte, I think they're still young, but they're keeping them together. And if you keep them together and they take these L's that maybe halfway through this year, towards the end, they're starting to figure it out that if you bring them back now next year, everything considered still the same, we should see now a perennial playoff franchise.
Facts, man. I like that too, man. And shout out to Flight Sports TV, man. A fellow New Yorker in the building, man. The most popular stream that you can find talking about ball content, man. Flight, keep it all the way G over there, man. So shout out to Flight, man. Come out of Coney Island. Coney Island.
Yeah. If he's from Coney Island, he know my man Norm Richardson. like I said, who just got on the Charlotte staff. So if he's from Coney Island, they should definitely know some of the same people.
Yeah, whatever that is, all that shit is just space on the map to me.
And it's not that much space, man. It's
and
not that much
New
space.
York place.
Bro, New York, as big as the city is, the personalities and everything there, if people only understood the landmass is not as big as you think, it kind of, he says from Long Island. Okay.
Long Island. It's all the same to me. Like,
it's different, bro. It is different.
It's all the same to me. But and man, if y'all just coming in, I see the numbers are going up, man. So y'all, man, hey man, hit the like button. If you want to cash up, you can. We promote capitalism over here. Y'all know when I hit y'all channels, I hit y'all cash up, goddamn it. Or y'all super chat. Man, I got an future NBA exec over here, man. We're gonna make the announcement in the next few days, but you getting something you ain't getting on other channels, man. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? Just because I support my people, I'll break it with you first for sure. So we'll make sure we get it to the people for the episodes out.
Hey, it's on you, dog. Don't feel pressure.
I'll give it to Woj and them after the fact, because again, I think we need more outlets like yourself, like Flight Sports and different people, where I think some of us don't understand the power that we have in regards to breaking news. Whether it's, I know you have a big fan base, they carry, they cover the Ball family, or they just cover basketball. Like, don't be quick to give your intel to somebody else for them to break it. Because make no mistake about it, you know this to be true, Cliff, that Shams and Woj and them, they have people feeding them information.
Oh, yeah.
That's how they got to their status. But when you think about their status, it's not as grand as you may think it is. It's probably fairly simple. But all it takes is you being a person who can convey information. You remain professional. You protect the innocent. You protect women and kids. But you just always be truthful in what you do. So to many of the people that you have following and doing what they're doing, man, don't be afraid to get on that bridge alone. I mean, I take myself, and again, I'm a small fry, but I mean, I remember I started my Twitter feed with 3 people. And I've worked it now to, 4,700 people, which those are organic, real people, not eggs, not, the foolishness. I didn't buy no followers. Those are real people. Now, of course, I could have worked it like whether it was selling merch, whether it's selling whatever. Like, I could have did that and pumped it more, but that wasn't my concern. But people knew when they came to my feed, you were either going to laugh, because matter of fact, one of the funniest dudes, I think his name is Mr. Go 30, who doing the coaching skits about watching film. Yo, that dude is hilarious. Like, he is one of the funniest dudes out right now, because all of us former college athletes, like, we know what it's like being in film sessions. So he's doing football. I only wonder, is he doing it on the basketball side when basketball season comes?
No, I mean, and that's the good thing about being organic, man. Like, you literally build relationships. Like me and Dain, I don't even know how we got cool. I mean, I know you got introduced to hoop jargon. I'm not sure who put you in there, but man, we've been 10 toes down for about 7 years after, after that fact. Mm-hmm. And that's how you build relationships, man. And that's how, I'm glad you want to break it on this channel. That's cool when you're ready. But that's how this shit goes, man. This how this shit goes. And man, shout out to KP DeVille. Say, Mr. Plugged In for sure. I always ask Dain about top recruit because I know he has the breakdown on him.
Shout out to KP. Shout out to KP for sure. No, it is like, that's the crazy part about, and we said that, in our own conversation and sharing it with everybody with us today. Like, I think our culture, I think Black culture, we have to do a better job of learning how to foster healthy relationships without it being something. I know if you call me a month from now, you're not just calling me for tickets to the game. I see y'all put, no. It's a real, bro, what's going on? Vice versa. I call you, you may laugh about something, but I don't want anything. I think too many times with our people in particular, when we know people are in spaces or trying to get to spaces, we're only calling because we want something. And that's probably the worst way to do it. That's not how you do it. That's not how you, he said, Thon Maker made us cool. Nah,
hey man, Thon to Don, man, they hating on my boy.
That's an inside joke, brother. That's an inside joke. But
hey, I was gonna explain the inside joke, man. I ain't gonna lie. I got caught with the what they call it, the YouTube bug, man. And Thon Maker was the truth to me, man. It's KG number 2, and hey, I went all in on Thon Maker, man. I went all in, dog. And Thon, he looked good in summer league. He had some spurts, and then he fluttered all the way to the ground, man. Ian, shout out to Ian Powers, man, and Dain. They let me have it the whole way through, man. It is what it is, man. I don't want to talk about it.
No. But it's you know what though? It made us all better for real. And even with you, I think that's how it's supposed to be. Whereas I think sometimes it's the opposite. Like we can laugh about it now, but it's like you stood on how you felt. We told you, and exactly Bernard said that they be hating. That was the
they hating on my boy, man.
But like you really learn from it, and it helps you gauge sometime what you're viewing for future reference. So you and I both know that next time you see a real dark African import that can move a little bit, he hit a jumper or two. The first, you're gonna be more cautious to be like, I seen this movie before. Let me watch him a couple more times.
That's fair.
Before I jump out. Hold up, to your credit too. I've learned because like let's bring it forward though. So of course he's always been with the Ball family. He stood on his ground with that. But then even with Luka, like Cliff was one of the first that was like, nah, I think this is going to be different. And I can own up where I was like, Cliff, how many international wing guys have we ever seen come to the league have this type of success? Like he's arguably the first. I mean, Drazen was really good, but like nobody prior to him, they either lack the foot speed like he does, but we know the concessions that Dallas has made for him to be successful. You know, shout out to my ex-boss, Nico Harrison, who now runs the show in Dallas. And he's the director of basketball operations and now general manager in Dallas. But yeah, we hadn't seen nothing like that. So I was the opposite. I'm like, man, Luka not, and I'm not gonna lie, it took up to last year. I was literally having a conversation earlier for all of those that's not on Clubhouse just yet. I urge all of you to jump on and join. You can follow Cliff.
This the dude on Clubhouse, boy.
I believe it's Hoop Jargon. Myself is BI Reports, but I hold a room every Thursday. It's called, believe it or not, 94 by 50 Basketball Illuminati. And I call it the Illuminati because I do have individuals, or I used to have individuals that they give you an NBA insight. Guys like Malik Rose, I know he's on the show with Malik. I mean, with Frank's, that's my brother. Jared Jeffries, Andre Barry works in the league office. Brendan Haywood, NBA TV. Like, just I have different NBA people come on every week. And for those that remember the old school chat rooms, Clubhouse is pretty much that. It's a chat room. You have a microphone, you have a hot mic, and you just have a sense of order on what we talk about. And when I initially got to the space, and I initially called, Cliff was one of my first people, I said, we got to get our people in this space because you go into some of these rooms, it's just random hot take talk. And I don't think you have any growth with that app if you have that. Like, if I watch ESPN in the morning, first take, whatever it is, the last thing I want to do when I get on that app is hear exactly what I just heard on first take. Like, I can't even tell you the last time I've watched first take because everyone now is like the hot king or queen in the space, especially on Clubhouse. So we have a real special place. Everyone is welcome to come. You can join my house, 94 by 50 feet. Cliff has a house as well with Hoop Jargon. And we just share different things at random times. But bringing it back, we were having the top 75 conversation. And I don't know if a lot of people are aware, this season, it's the 75th anniversary to the NBA. Back in the 96-97 season, it was the 50th. Well, that being said, they're going to do a whole new list. So, Cliff, if you remember, or the people, I don't know, the age range, but for those that remember, back in 97, at halftime of the All-Star game in Cleveland, they had the 50 greatest players come out. Bob left the dead. The only one that wasn't able to attend was Pistol Pete. Since that list, which I meant to tell you this, Malik put it in his will. He don't know it, but I know it. I told his wife to put it in there with my handwriting. He has that portrait. Like, Malik has the portrait with all 50 players and their signatures. And the only one whose signature is not on there is Pistol Pete. So they put Pistol in the middle, and I'm talking about everybody. Wilt, Dolph Shays, George Mikan, Magic, Jordan, Bird, everybody. So that's like a real, exactly, Sonic Boom. So now they're doing a whole new list, and they're ranking the list. Damn. So I was literally in a room earlier, and we were trying to go over the 75. We didn't even start putting it in order yet, but it's going to be interesting who is on and who isn't, and bringing it back to Luka, like Shaq back in '96. because at that time Shaq only had 3 full seasons in. They put Shaq on the list, and it came to fruition, and he ended up being one of the 50 greatest. I think they're going to do it again. I think they're going to have someone young, someone premature, and hope that it turns out. That but the track that Luka's on right now, I don't think it would. It's going to be premature, of course, because he's only in year 4. But the way that he's playing, that too looks like it may come to fruition and be true. So that's something everybody to look for, and it's not coming out. Let me be clear: the word from the league is it's not coming out at All-Star break. It's supposed to come out in like 2 weeks. So the list is going to come out at the start of the season, and then they're probably going to pay homage to everybody halftime. Actually, All-Star Weekend again is in Cleveland, to my understanding, this year. So, I mean, we know the obvious: LeBron, the KDs, Steph's, Giannis. If you were MVP, multiple MVP, Finals MVP, I personally think you're going to make it. I don't believe they should disrespect any of the elders that made the 50. So to me, it's a small window of names, and it's debatable. It's debatable to who is and isn't going to make it. So like today, people going over Reggie Miller. Will Reggie make it? Well, he won't. But when you start going back and doing your own homework on a lot of these greats, you realize, damn, I thought they put in more work. We spoke on several times, Cliff. Like, we grew up in an era when you take somebody like Magic, that he played 12 years, he went to 9 finals, and he won 5. Like, that's a complete Hall of Fame.
That's crazy efficiency with your career.
That's a Hall of Fame career. But now, and I'm not gonna, slander any of the greats that have made it, but we got guys now that they'll play 18 years, and 5 of them they were great, and they're putting them in the Hall of Fame. You got guys that played 16, 17, 4 great years, and you're putting them in the Hall of Fame. That for us is kind of puzzling, because it's like, wait a minute, I thought your whole career, not just a window, not just a 5-6 year window. Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, Bernard King did make it. McAdoo, Dominique, no. People got to understand also what Dominique Sonic Boom asked that question. Dominique was in a bitter beef with the league at the time. The 95-96 season, he went over to Greece. He had some real disparaging marks towards David Stern. And
it's done.
Yeah, they held that against him. I mean, it is what it is. And he was left off. He was already left off the Dream Team. Then he got left off that. So Dominique definitely felt the way, even though he doubled back and he made it, to Dream Team 2. So for whatever that's worth, it is what it is. But it was tough.
That's real. And shout out to Rave Kingdom, man. Shout out to Sonic Boom. Y'all keeping this chat popping, man. I appreciate that, because, again, my streams, I try to let y'all learn something, because, again, and like you led in with Dain, when you watch these sports debate shows, they're going to give y'all candy, basically, as far as sports knowledge, basketball knowledge, or what have you. I want to get people on here that's going to actually teach you about the inner workings of the game, so you can actually have something cogent to say when you're talking about basketball, and not just throwing random stats all over the place. Everybody does that. Anybody with goddamn basketballreference.com on a browser can do that. You understand? But you got to understand context with stuff. And to Dain's statement talking about Luka, and my logic was that if you play in the ACB league and you kill, you are more likely than not going to do well in the NBA. We seen Serge Ibaka do it. We saw Porzingis do it. We saw Ricky Rubio do it. Now, I didn't know Luka would be this good this quick. I gotta be real. But I knew Luka would be fine. I was like, man, because everybody said, oh, he's going to be Darko. I was like, no. Darko played in Serbia. Bullshit-ass league. Nobody. Let's be for real now.
Nah, that's real.
Yeah,
that is
Darko
real.
Played in the bullshit league. ACB is probably the best league overseas, arguably. You probably could argue the Greek league, not the Greek, the Russian league. With you probably could argue.
CSKA Moscow is up there.
Yeah, CSKA Moscow is in that league. It's another one too. I forget, but it's kind of hard to argue the ACB isn't the strongest league overseas. I think Paul Gasol played back at FC Barcelona this year, back home for him. So I always judge players by that. If you kill at a young age in that league, because that's a grown ass man league, and he was killing as a leader at 16, 17, 18. I was like, oh shit, the NBA it ain't gonna be easy, because I don't believe in saying the NBA is easy, but the adjustment for him is gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, bro.
It's gonna be interesting, because whether we want to be fair or not, these young guys get charged for coach killing. Trey Young got a body on his resume. Lloyd Pierce got fired. Luka, you got a coach killed on your resume. It's going to be how he adjusts with Jason Kidd. It's going to be interesting to see how he continues to grow because, people always stress his usage rating and it being through the roof. I want everybody to kind of do their homework on Magic Johnson. And his greatest statistical year, Magic was phenomenal. I forgot which year it was in the 80s, but it was something like 19. It was double digits in assists, and it was like almost 8 rebounds. But Magic's usage rating in that year was still in the 20s, high teens maybe. Luka's in the 30 percentile.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't think people truly are understanding that just yet.
Salute, Dave, man. Salute you, bro.
To make a long story short, they're just using him a lot. They're using him a lot. And it's like they have to find a way for him to still be potent and a threat without always having to go through him. So whether it's him, now something to put on his plate that he has to do, he does have to get in better shape. He does. He has to get in a better forming shape of a play so he can last longer because our good brother Darren, who's a huge Mavs fan, he always stresses it. It's not that Luka can't do it, it's that he just can't sustain it for a long time.
What's going to be like Larry Bird? Larry Bird, people don't know how dominant Larry Bird was dominant, bro. I think LeBron just passed Larry Bird, in my opinion. When he won that bubble championship, he just passed Larry Bird. Larry Bird was that good. Larry Bird.
The 3 MVPs in a row, what we talking about? That still ain't been done yet.
Career.
That still ain't been done yet. Ain't nobody clips that yet. So when you talking about 3 MVPs, it's like, what? Putting that into context, a lot of people, I just don't think they understand that. And again, we're talking about a league full of brothers that wanted to kill him, that were more athletic, because it's not a diminish on Bird, but just look at his features. Slow feet, couldn't jump over a sheet of paper.
Yeah.
He played the game from the neck up. And I say that all the time, that 90% of basketball is played from your neck up. And when you understand that, you're going to last so long. We got you put this on to me. And again, I learn from Cliff all the time. I remember Cliff was like, yo, Gerald Green is the highest jumper that the league has. And I'm like, huh? And I wasn't really computing what he's saying because I'm thinking about Vince Carter. I had to play against Vince Carter as a freshman. I seen Vince Carter do things on a layup line that was unheard of, but I wasn't listening. I heard what Cliff said, but I wasn't listening to what he said. And it's so true. Gerald Green's ability to jump higher is crazy. But bringing it now back to Bird, Gerald Green was playing from the neck down.
Absolutely.
If Gerald Green learned how to play from the neck up with his athletic ability, Gerald Green would have been a household name, not just a regional Houston name. He would have been a league-wide name to the last game he played, and his career would have been completely different. People remember Duncan, but it's just like, nah, he was still being so physical with it. So there's some young pups coming up that I can give you a couple names like that jump to my mind now, like Perry Watson. That's at UCLA. He's an incoming freshman. He's a McDonald American. He can do it all physically, but he's just got to learn how from the neck up to really grasp the game. There's nothing he cannot do defensively. Run the lanes, fill the lanes, defend, deflections, length. He has it all. But he's got to figure out the mental part. And I think for a lot of young players, that's what they have to figure out.
That's the game. Absolutely. And shout out to Malik Rose. He was talking about that too. It's like, man, having scouting players and you bring them in, and when you start going up and down, like as far as the measurables, when you're doing drills, just cone drill, just step back combo, look like butter. When you put them in 5-on-5, don't know floor spacing.
That's what helped. I don't know if League got to it. That's what helped him get to the league, though. So because his mental was so, Malik is a nerd. That's my brother, so I could say it on the air. He'll try to fight me later, but Malik is a full nerd, super smart, got his undergrad done at a Drexel University, which I believe is an engineering school. Is a very, very tough,
very prestigious school. Absolutely.
Academic school. But Malik got to the league because Dave Cowan, who top 50 legend, speaking of him, he owns the he owns a distinction that I think he's the only player in NBA history to be league MVP, but he was second team All NBA. Whole
Damn.
other discussion. That's what it is for another time. But he said Dave Cowan had took a liking to him because Dave was in Charlotte, and he said he always marveled at Malik's ability to think the game on the fly and add what he added to the game and help his teams win. So it carried over. He drafted him. Malik took it to the Spurs. We know the rest is history. So I think more people have to understand that you will last in the space longer mentally than you will physically.
No, that's facts. And I think that's what got me. And I'm thinking about my personal career. Like I was very athletic, but it wasn't because I wasn't a walking bucket like a lot of guys are in shit like that gets championed in these spaces. I just knew court spacing well. I knew that okay, this guy's struggling. Let me get him open because I know I'm gonna get mine. I was more like a Draymond Green kind of guy. Like I knew my points were gonna come collectively over the game. I didn't have to I got to get going. You know how some dudes and Malik was saying, you can't have a team full of scorers because you're not going to score because what happens when one dude going and you got a team full of scorers, other dude ain't all right, well, shit. Forget this. I ain't doing shit then. You ain't giving me you know how I go. And it messes the camaraderie up. And so and that's the thing with basketball, man. There's so many parts that you got to fit together from a psychological standpoint. We're talking neck up basketball. And a physicality. Now you can't just have a team full of cerebral guys that can't hoop. Now that ain't gonna do you no service. But you understand how all those parts match.
Absolutely.
So I think that's what's dope. There's a question on here. Theo B asked, and I want you to address this. Now I know he's talking about the younger players, but man, this is news to me with this NBA 75. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm intrigued. So we're gonna talk about what I want to talk about. Sorry, I hope y'all like this audience. But this is stuff y'all need to talk here because this is going to be more and more. And I want to say this too before we get started. I dropped this video today that y'all left on red. That's fine. About Kanye with his Donda Academy. You know what I mean? And that's going to be a storyline later. So y'all just know Hoop Jargon put that on YouTube first. Because everybody going to start feeling the hype train because he just signed Robert Dillingham, 5-star kid. He took him from Jeff McGinnis. So, hey, when everybody started getting on that train about Donda Academy, you're going to look at the oldest video, and it was your boy, and y'all left me on red today. That's okay. Because I understand how YouTube works. So, y'all, hey, if you don't get a chance, go look at that video because people are going to start reporting on it, I would say in about 6 months. And it's going to get a whole nother life about that Donda Academy. So, y'all keep your mind on it. Go ahead.
Theo B, that's a great question, boss. And you must be in our clubhouse room because literally maybe 45 minutes ago, it got hot and heavy with this very question. Panel, do you think Carmelo will be left off like Alex English? So here's the discrepancy. Carmelo Anthony, regardless how you may I think when you do any list, the first thing you have to take out is your emotion. You have to take your feeling and your emotion on how you feel about said player, what they didn't do. The second thing, stop with the champion. Oh, they didn't win. When you're talking about individual lists of 75, they're looking at what you accomplished as a player individually. I'm not saying that championships don't matter. I'm not saying that they don't count, but they don't hold more weight over the next person because someone won and the other did. It don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? And I got you, Theo B. I'm just talking in general. I'm not saying that you. But to answer your question, Carmelo Anthony is 39 points away from Shaquille O'Neal from becoming the 8th all-time leading scorer in NBA history.
Damn.
Ask yourself, you really think they're going to leave a top 10 scorer off that list? Come on. Like that's not even. Now, to Alex's credit, I think Alex is not going to get enough attention. He should be considered because it's funny. Everyone wants to scream, "Oh, Reggie Miller is definitely on this list," and that's like a hot trigger name. And we all know Reggie. And whether you like or dislike his commentating, we know about the threes he hit against the Knicks. That was one game. We know about the shot he hit on Michael Jordan. That was one game. People want to make it though like he did that for the entire 19 years of his career. Those were just moments. And my boy, matter of fact, you know him, Cliff. Ian Powers brought it up. It's kind of true, and I saw the correlation. In a lot of ways, Reggie Miller is not even, but like he's a more featured Robert Horry. And this is what I mean by that. He got way more points. We know that. But you remember a lot of the moments that Reggie had, but you can't say his entire 19-year career was that of someone that you cannot tell the 75-year history of the NBA without him. We did the math. In the 19 years he played, 9 of those years he was the guy. So it's close to half. But if you let the casual person tell it, they think he carried the Pacers all those years. That's not accurate. Because towards the end, he had Ron Artest.
Jermaine O'Neal.
He had Jermaine O'Neal. Before
Jonathan
them,
Bender, Al Harrington.
Right. Before them, he had Al Harrington, Jalen Rose, Chris Mullin. Those the mid-90s and the late 80s, Reggie was that guy. But you're talking about, if I had to ask you in a 19-year career, how many years was Reggie Miller an all-star? What would you say?
Probably 4.
5.
Yeah.
If I told you, I told you he was all NBA, and again,
Twice,
it's 3 teams. 3. You feel what I'm saying? So, like, ask yourself, what are we talking about? You played 19 years.
Yeah.
And you only did this, but then there are gentlemen like Alex English, like Mitch Richmond, that have done it more than him, but they're not talked about.
No, so let me say this. In the NBA is an entertainment league. It is a narrative-driven league. And I say this all the time. Reggie Miller is one of my favorite players because he's one of the dudes. I'm going to say this, man, and don't take this as blasphemy. Reggie Miller sucked. And he didn't suck from that he could not hoop. Reggie Miller could hoop. But he was the worst kid in his family. Cheryl Miller was better than him.
Hold on, let's be fair.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Me being a responsibility guardian to the game, I can't let you say he sucked.
Oh, no.
Hold on, because here's my thing. He still is number 21 all time in scoring. I mentioned Melo number. Like, you don't score 25,000 points.
No. I'm gonna explain what I mean.
So maybe you got to clean that up.
I'm gonna mean what because I promise you, I'm gonna put a bow tie on this bitch. I promise you. Reggie Miller happens to be one of my most favorite players of all time because Reggie Miller did so much with so little. The dude wasn't athletic. The dude didn't have a fast twitch. He didn't have a lot of shit that guys like Gerald Green got walking out of bed. He would watch Reggie Miller in a one-on-one game. Problem is basketball is not a one-on-one game. Basketball is a 5-on-5 game. Reggie Miller was so cerebral. He was so smart that he used his lack of ability to cut corners and achieve a very high clip. But if we're going skill for skill, ability for ability, I can name a lot of dudes way better than Reggie Miller. So,
but you can't say suck, bro. Like
I'm being hyperbolic. I'm being hyperbolic.
Like suck.
I'm being hyperbolic.
Just say he wasn't that guy. Like I can take that. I can take that. You can't say suck, man. Come on.
I happen to be one of my favorite players. I'm being hyperbolic because when I'm being hyperbolic because some people, I feel like I said that word a lot. Some people, they go with these bullet points of career and act like Reggie Miller's up there with like Tracy McGrady, up there with Kobe. I'm like, Reggie wouldn't say that.
Well, wait a minute. He might be up there with T-Mac now.
Arguably T-Mac. Okay.
Because T-Mac is another one that we know the name. We know the excitement he gave us. But when you open that book on his career, you scratching your head like, it's only 5 years? 6 years? He played a long time.
He was injured too, though. So I give T-Mac the injured clemency. I'm not even a T-Mac fan like that. I don't like
But how many years you giving him, though?
I would say when he went to Toronto, left Toronto to Orlando, pretty much all his Orlando years, you maybe give him 2 years in Houston, and that's pretty much a wrap after that. So I don't know
how many years that is, though, right?
I don't know what that culminates to. I know he won 3.
That's like 10. That's like 10 years you just covered right there.
Yeah, I'll take 10. That's pretty good.
So again, this is my point. So give me that 10-year window to be a Hall of Famer in those 10 years. How many years of greatness you need? 8?
I don't know. I never really sat down and just decided how many.
No, I'm just saying, like, we don't even know the numbers, but I'm just saying, if you giving somebody a 10-year window, because we know the other 6, you were hurt, you were washed up. I'm saying in those 10 years of Toronto, Orlando, and early Houston, if that's a 10-year window to really justify a Hall of Fame career, how many of those years you think need to be great of those 10?
I would think you at least need, if and I'm spitballing, at least 7 great years plus.
My point.
Yeah.
That's my. He didn't do that.
Fair enough.
That's why I get
better Reggie Miller.
confused. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
A building for a building, T-Mac building, goddamn Reggie Miller. I'm sorry, and I hate to say it because I don't like T-Mac like that, but the reality exists whether I like it or not. Goddamn.
Right.
I'm sorry.
You're an idiot,
Reggie
man.
Miller can't guard the goddamn back door of a daycare. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it is.
God,
as bad as T-Mac defense was, Reggie Miller couldn't guard shit.
Well, one of my men said it. He had a great point because like Reggie didn't have any all defensive, nods. He didn't, neither first team, second team, none of that. And it's almost to the point where if Reggie wasn't making shots, what did he give?
What was he doing?
Like, right. What was he giving you? So when we get to the 75, it's going to be interesting on the 75 list thing that like how are they going to quantify a lot of this?
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. And I when I get on these arguments, so when I get on these panels, I don't like to argue because a lot of people just throw stats, shit all over the place. I'm like, okay, you got to establish a standard. Because when you establish a standard, then we can compare people on this standard. If not, you're just going to say, oh, well, you remember the game what he did, and you remember when he carried the, like, okay. But how can you quantify that to an absolute list? And that's why I'm so intrigued by this 75 list. And I'm sorry we deviated, crowd, from what I said we would do. But this is a very cogent discussion because this is going to think about how many discussions you've been in. And Dain, you about the same age as me. You're a little older than me. People always say, well, he's a top 50 player. This is going to be the new earmarker of like guys who are basically Teflon in discussions. So this is a huge thing.
The first thing that I said,
bro. I may rename this thread.
And keep this in mind, Cliff. We started the room. I think it's still going. Matter of fact, I tell for anybody who may be listening. Of course, we don't want you to leave us, but if you decide to leave us, sign up for Clubhouse and look for the room. Yeah, the room is still going. It's called Napoleon's Neighborhood. Who's in the top 75? Bro, that room has been going since 11 a.m. It's 6 o'clock my time.
You know how Clubhouse get, bro.
Yeah. So to those that might get bit by that Clubhouse snake and you've never been on it, you get intrigued by different conversations. You go in rooms and you hear talks. But I always tell people one of the good things about it is you'll go into a room, you learn who to talk to and who not to talk to because like I literally had to school people on a Kevin McHale, on a James Worthy of, they're not going to make the list. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like before Dirk Nowitzki came about, Kevin McHale was pretty much in the top 5 power forwards of all time.
Absolutely.
So I don't know where people got this notion that, okay, he's not in the top 5 anymore. He's 6. That means he's not one of the top 75 players. That doesn't make sense. But, long as what you do learn, I will say this is a pitfall of Clubhouse. If you're in rooms with people who just refuse to listen and want to learn, then it's not going to be a good experience. But if you get in with civilized people like myself, like Cliff, like some of my boys, and we really talk this talk, it's a great conversation. I see what Theo B said about Bill Walton. Very true. Matter of fact, Theo B, Bill Walton has one of the more unique resumes where he has a Finals MVP, League MVP, rebound champ, shot blocker, and he was a 6th man of the year. He may be the only person in NBA history to ever do so. No, Sean Kemp does not make the top 75. No.
Not your top 100.
No.
That's another one of those moment guys. Sean Kemp probably had a good 4-year run when he was elite.
Right.
And not much after that, man. Unfortunately, man.
And to your argument of the same resume as Chris Webber, I don't have Chris Webber in the top 75. So maybe I don't know if that helps you, Tony Allen, a little bit, but yeah, that doesn't move the needle for me. I mean, shit, going back to Hall of Fame, I don't like again, Chris Webber was another one. He had a 5-6 year window where he really was really good. Like really, really good. Almost great. But he played 18 years. So if you tell him you're only giving me 6 years out of 18, like I think society's gotten to a point where we're afraid to tell somebody, Cliff, you were really good for 5 years. That doesn't mean I have to call you a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I'm calling you what it is. Like, yo, Cliff, you were real. Yo, bro, I could not stop you for a 5-6 year window. How do
There's
I
nothing wrong with that.
And there's nothing wrong with that. How do I put a Chris Webber next to a Tim Duncan, who for 19 years, 16, he was a monster. 15, he was a monster. Like, come on, what are we talking about?
Yeah,
and
it's
I
more
think,
like 15. The last
right.
4,
So
it started high.
still, I can take that equation though. 19 seasons and 15, you were great. That is a Hall of Fame career.
That's crazy. Yeah.
That's crazy. But we're putting, it's like somebody said, the NBA the Basketball Hall of Fame is like a nightclub now. They're letting everybody in. But Cliff, I'm in this VIP section. I'm over here. And then while you and I in the VIP section, we might have Theo or Brandon in the back with the owner. Like, it's so many different sections
it's levels
of the spot now, instead of it being more like a country club. And you and I both been in different country clubs that once you're in the country club, you're amongst everybody in there. Whether it's the Sugarland Country Club, the Cypress, you know what I'm saying, Cypress, it's all the same space. And I think the NBA, either they have to create their own Hall of Fame, or they got to get back to making it tight to get in.
Facts, and that's what it is. And I'll akin it to me being alpha, Alpha Phi Alpha, man. Shout out to the bros. Once you in the frat, it's different. Like, it's levels through the shit. For layman's, we all look the same. But once you in the house, it's levels to the house. Like, it is. I've learned a long time ago. I'm cool with being a general admission in the house. But when with somebody from the VIP or coming down from Olympus, you recognize that their status. It is what it is. I know any NBA player would tell you. I know a lot of NBA players from. Now, I don't know any elite ones. I want to be frank, but I know guys who either fringe, long-standing, respected, and they'll tell you at any time, like, you walk into a room, it's not all the same, man. And a shout out to y'all chat, man. And y'all hit the like button, please. If y'all want to hit the Cash App, you can. Again, we are pro capitalism over here on this page, man.
I just saw a comment.
NBA exec, man. Go ahead.
I just saw a comment that Tony Allen made. Tony, that doesn't add up. He said Sean Kemp outplayed Malone and Barkley from 92 to 98, led team to finals, 6 All-Star appearances, 5 All-NBA. That's not accurate. Sean Kemp was All-NBA 3 times. And the fact that he was never first-team All-NBA, I'm willing to bet cash in those 3 seasons from 94 to 96, Charles Barkley and Karl Malone were probably on first team. Matter of fact, I know Karl Malone was on first team because he had like a 10-year window where he was first team with Tim Duncan included in those 90s. So don't get caught up in the moment. Don't get caught up in that. We know the moments that Sean Kemp had. We all remember the posters. But to say that he outplayed a Barkley and Malone in that window, that's not. I mean, you talking about shit. Barkley got the league MVP in what, 93? Like, you can't say that. That's not accurate to say that he outplayed them. Like, he made all-star appearances. We don't know if they were fan voting or he was a reserve. It's more respected to me when it's reserved because your peers picked them. But I'm not going to say that Sean Kemp, even if he did, that's a small, don't put Sean Kemp's resume up to a Barkley or Malone. Like, it's not even close.
It's not close.
It's not even close.
Sustainable, even if you want to say, like, at his apex, they were, if you close your eyes, you wouldn't be able to tell. I'll go with that. But as far as whole body of work, as far as longevity is concerned, you don't really have an argument in that, bro. Like, you just got to understand, Sean Kemp aesthetically was more pleasing.
Right.
Like Dain mentioned with the posing. Right. Like, we liked watching Sean Kemp. Nobody liked watching Karl Malone play. Nobody. Oh. You know what I'm saying? I grew up a Houston fan, so I definitely hated that bastard. But when you just step back, take the emotions out, shout out to NCCU, dog. When you take the emotion part out and just really just judge these dudes' career for just what it is, it's easier for you to understand what they were and take yourself out that 90s hype, because you're talking like you're about the same age as me and Dain. Because Sean Kemp was promoted very highly with Gary Payton when he was in his apex. But the problem is apex was not very long compared to a guy like Karl Malone who had a longer prime. That's all we saying.
And adding more context to his greatness, Karl Malone played 19 seasons. 10 of them, he did not miss a game. Think about that for a second. 10 times out of 19, didn't miss a game. He played 1,476 games. He missed 5.
How the hell you know this number?
Well, I was just looking at it earlier too.
Okay, I'm about to say.
I had that Rain Man of a nerd. I really could have played
I ain't
that.
gonna lie, like, I need to step my shit
know
up.
that?
God
Yeah, no. I looked at it earlier. I ain't gonna lie to the people. I'm always gonna stay genuine. But I say that to say, like, contextually to what Cliff is saying, like it's not close. I like Sean Kemp. I really do. He lived in Houston. I worked out with him when I was in college. Like, great dude. But next to them dudes, nah. It's not. Now you're like you said, if you want to put him next to Chris Webber and align that, you can make an argument there, but not Barkley and Malone. Oh no.
He'll tell you his damn self, in his heart of hearts. He'll tell you his damn self that him and Charles Barkley are not in the same discussion, man. We're talking about Charles Barkley again, league MVP in the Jordan era, a guy who was a hair away from winning the NBA championship. Mostly because of him going against Jordan. Sean Kemp, I mean, you can't really say the same, you know what I'm saying, as far as individual, like, put the team on my back accolades. He was more a byproduct of that Gary Payton dynamic. And, it is what it is. It is what no shame in that. He did a lot with his limited skill set. And I think that is to be champion. Because you were at the best of you. It kind of reminds me of the Kai Jones thing. We just talking about Kai Jones. Like, not a lot as far as skill. Size is debatable, but you maximize what you're good at, being a rim finisher, being just a trash man, as it were. You were the best at that. I give Dwight Howard his flowers. Dwight Howard, everybody love to shit on Dwight Howard, but he did his job at the highest clip. Now, is he goofy? Is he a clown in some ways? Yeah. But Dwight Howard, that team that went to the finals in 2010? 2009, he was the anchor of that team, man. He did his shit at a very efficient, high level.
That's another, you hit it on the head. That's another polarizing name that, again, take your feelings out. He's going to make the 75, or he should.
You better believe it.
He should, because
defensive player of the year twice.
I mean, bro, his resume, all NBA's first team, like, it's up there amongst the great. And then when you say, okay, now let's look at it, like, let's look at the eye test. Like, he knocked LeBron out of the finals to play Kobe. Yeah. Like, he did. Like, he was the guy. It was on him. So, like, I'm really lost on. I'm not lost. I know how Dwight makes people feel, and it's like you got to take your feelings out, bro. You got to. People got to take their feelings out. You got to look at the body of work and the work that man put in. So it's like, that's what it is.
And I get it, man, because we generally want our guys that we like men's men to be in these spaces so we can brag. Because it's basically an extension of, like, why we buy into sports as a whole. So we tend to like men's men to be in the fold. So when you got a clown like Dwight Howard, it's like, man, he's sorry. No. Dwight Howard is that dude. Was that dude. Now, right now, he's basically doing a renaissance of his career, and he's coming back into, being formidable, being a serviceable big, and shout out to him. He's goofy with number 39. I'm a Lakers fan. I can't stand Dwight Howard for the optics, but as far as what he brings to the table, that's a solid big.
Nah, he's
been a solid big, and shout out to D-Rose, Chi-Town. Dennis Rodman got to be on that list, because Dennis Rodman, man. We talk about Reggie Miller.
Wait a minute, Wody. Wait a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait a minute,
talk your shit.
You think he's one of the 75 greatest players?
Yeah, because he represents that ilk of players who don't get the overture support, but did the dirty work. I think it's him and him only. Like Ben Wallace, no. It's like, I think it's him and him only, because also he's a part of a three-peat. He's a part of two dynasties, basically. So we're talking about the narrative-driven shit. I think he gets in on that. But as far as individual skill, I'm with you. Sucks. Dennis Rodman can't give you nothing but rebounds individually. But he is so smart. Again, we talking neck up talent. He is the kind of guy, like, this is documented. He would go rebound. He let somebody shoot, and he just rebound the whole time. So he learns trajectory of the ball coming off the rim. That's high level shit. And it's high level shit that don't get rewarded. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for those intricacies for a guy who's not individually as talented that you chose to pick these little things that's going to keep you employed at a high clip. So I give him credit that I understand what you're saying, but I'm still putting him in that Reggie Miller ilk of doing a lot with a little bit. Go ahead.
That's why I think it's hard, because for him, his name came up. And again, I welcome you to do this on your platform, wherever you want to do it. We can invite everybody to Clubhouse. I'm with it. Like, it's hard to put a 7-point, 11 rebound career guy in. All his years, like Dennis played a long time as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, we remember his popularity. We remember him, but it's just hard. It's hard to, man, 75, it sounds like a big number, but it ain't as big as we think it is.
Damn, so not.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not as big as we think it is. Because to me, out of respect, this is how I break it down for everybody following. I'm not taking nobody off to 50. If I do, because, like, number one, I got too much respect for my elders.
Reggie Miller, you off to 50. You off.
Right. So, like, but
list, you off.
Here is my out. When they did a 25 list, so people don't remember that. They did an NBA 25 list back in the 70s. And on that list, wait a minute, how did it go? 25, 50. Yeah, from the 25 to 50, only 9 people carried over. So
I'm good with that.
Right. So then now when I look at this 50, with all due respect to the elders, I love you to death. I appreciate every last one of them was on that list. But I did look at that list. Dave DeBusschere, Billy Cunningham.
You out of there, baby.
You gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention, and it's not far because guys like Dominique and Bob McAdoo got omitted. So I'm still at 50, right? So then now, if I'm at 50, when people say, well, what's the criteria? Look at the list. Anybody that was a league MVP, anybody that has multiple finals MVPs, they made the list.
You on that.
Made the list. Now when we bring that forward, let's be real. Derrick Rose got an MVP, but he got hurt. We're not stupid. We're not fighting for Derrick Rose just because he got MVP. His body of work is not great. But when I give you that criteria, these are the definites, no argument. Kobe, LeBron, Duncan, Curry, Nash, KD, KG, the Beard, Giannis, Russell. That's 10.
Ooh.
I'm missing. I'm
good with Westbrook being off.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm doing that.
Bro, don't do. Hold on, we're gonna get to that. That's 10. It's 3. Hold on, because I wanted to do it without looking at my phone, but clearly I gotta look at my phone.
I don't think Westbrook's top 75, man. I don't.
Bro, you done lost your mind.
I did lose.
In the great words of Denzel Washington, you are outside
of your mind.
You are outside of your mind.
No, brother.
Oh yeah,
Bottom
Iverson.
75.
Hold up, Iverson, Dirk, that's 12, and Kawhi, the multiple final MVPs. Like you really got to be a snob if you really trying to pick one of those guys off, right? Just being fair.
For recency bias purposes, but I mean,
hold up. So I don't think we're gonna get much fight for those names I just said, right?
No, I understand that. I just if my list.
So this is why I said 75 ain't as big as we think, because if we already had the 50,
Will said Wade. That's a good one.
Hold on, no, I'm gonna get it Wade. If I gave you 50 and I just gave you 13 more, bro, we had 63. So now, but here's the runoff. We got 12 spots left, and here's the names I did not mention. And keep in mind, we're all educated enough to know somebody's going to be put on prematurely. Who?
Yeah.
Don't know, but somebody will. But think of these names: Luka, Yao Ming, Dwayne Wade, Paul Pierce, Jason Kidd, Manu Ginobili, Gary Payton, Tony Parker, Joe Dumars, Chris Paul, Tracy McGrady, Pau Gasol, Kyrie Irving, Ray Allen, Paul George, Bernard King, Dennis Johnson, Alex English, Drazen Petrovic, Reggie Miller, Chris Webber,
Get Drazen out of there.
Zoe Morning, Chris Mullen, Grant Hill. Huh?
Mellow Ball. Go ahead.
Oh, here you go. Grant Hill, Dikembe Mutombo, Vince Carter, Ben Wallace, Dwight Howard, Carmelo, Amari, and Blake Griffin. Now, granted, don't get me wrong. Some of the names I said, they're not going to make it. It's more for they're probably going to save their names to let them know they were considered. Sabonis had a terrible NBA career. We got to remember Theo B. This is an NBA list. Arvydas Sabonis was not a really, really good NBA player. He was a great international player. Yeah. The reason why I say Mutombo, again, this is a story of the NBA, the 75-year history. We had an influx of African bigs. Trust me, and I don't think this is racist when but like Olajuwon is not going to be the only African big to be mentioned with this list. Like Dikembe got a shot. Chris Paul, I'm with you 100% Theo B. But I gave you all those names to say now, Cliff. Now we got to get 12 more. So if we agree that a Melo's top 10 scorer, we agreeing that a Dwayne Wade, we agreeing, I mean, I'm trying to think like Chris Paul. You may say Jason Kidd. Like, bro, that's 4 more. We only got 8 spots left. So it's so funny because just giving all you guys that got platforms and give you free game, get your Theo, Tiny Archibald made the top 50. Giving y'all free game, get with your crews, get with your people, and y'all need to have these rooms because, as we all know, television networks, they always slow to the party. They're going to start doing it as well. And then now it's going to be regurgitated to you. So you almost want to do them now, record them now, do them with your people. And then shit, if somebody steals your thoughts and ideas, you never know. You might be in the lane for something for theft of an idea. But it's going to be the talk once the 75 of who got left out.
It's going to be a big talking point.
Yeah, but I think you have more fun amongst your folks when you revisit some of these greats and what they did. Because somebody had a great point about Chris Mullen and Reggie Miller. Chris Mullen had a window with a 5 years straight, and you notice it's tough, Cliff, but for a 5-year window straight, he averaged 25 or more. 25 in the West. Yeah. Reggie Miller never did that.
In the 90s.
Never did that.
Yeah.
And again, we know how slow Chris Mullen was. Yeah. I don't know for the life of me. I don't know if it's the poker game or getting fired. People feel a way about Paul Pierce, but Paul Pierce is a great. I think he's a no-brainer, if you ask me. You don't come from a storied franchise like the Celtics, your second all-time leader in scoring, and you don't make the list. Like, what are we talking about? Like, Paul Pierce definitely makes the list to me, but again, it's only but so many spots. It's only but so many spots. I like Mitch Richmond. Sonic Boom. Mitch was a pro. I think I would put Mitch over Reggie Miller.
Yeah, I would too.
He got more All-Star appearances. He got more All NBAs over. I would put Mitch over Reggie. But again, people remember, Reggie for the antics and the thing. And he did a lot of great things. But if we just landed down to their resumes and where they left it at when they were done, it's hard for me to leave these type of guys out.
If you took Spike Lee out the equation, a lot of people would give a shit about Reggie Miller, man. That's just facts.
Sonic's asked about Clyde Drexler. I do believe Clyde makes it.
Clyde's in there, man.
He was on the first 50.
He gets disrespected a lot, but Clyde's in there, man.
Clyde carried his team to the final, 3 times?
Yeah. He just happened to come out his mother's vagina.
He did it twice.
He had the disservice to come out his mother's vagina during the similar time as Michael Jeffrey Jordan. And you can't fault him for that.
Sterling's finest, man. Sterling's finest.
Sterling High School. Shout out to Sterling. Shout out to
Sterling. No, I think in Clyde's case, and he went to the finals twice because he played the Pistons one time, and then he played Mike another time. I mean, like that's big time shit. Like that's historical shit. And you're right. His claim to fame might be the lifting up of the knees when he dunks and being like the West Coast no frills Jordan. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like you said, Jordan had some extra.
He had the disservice to come out of his vagina at the same time or similar as Michael Jordan.
But it's so many other things that like politically going to get involved. Like, do we leave all the dream teamers off? You feel what I'm saying? Like, Mullen was on the dream team. Clyde was on the dream team.
Christian Laettner was on the dream team. Bye.
Well, we know he's not making it. Keeping it 100 for my Duke fans, I ain't gonna lie, because it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. Christian Laettner should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
like for what he did in college. For what he did in college alone, and then being on that dream team, I think that garners enough to be like, we need to put him in. And I don't know why they haven't. I mean, he was a one-time All-Star in the league. Between the game acts, does Bosh's career doesn't get short. So that was one of the last names we was talking about when I left the room. Bosh got a funny. So think about this. If I told you, you might know this answer, Cliff. If you heard that somebody was 11-time All-Star, how many times do you think they were All NBA?
You would think that at least half of that is All NBA.
Dog, Chris Bosh was All NBA one time.
Oh shit.
So that's the funny kind of, to me, like, are these empty stats? Like, is something's not computing? Yeah. Like my homegirl always said, the math ain't mathing. Like, it's not something that's not, because he was All NBA in Toronto, to his credit, and we all know he was cooking. He was cooking in Toronto, and I believe those 5 seasons in Toronto, he was a starter. I mean, he got a whole country voting for you, so I get it. But when he got to Miami, he was never an All-NBA player. But yet he still made the All-Star game because he was one of the Heatles. When you think about it.
But we can understand why, though, because when you play the 4 playing with he should rename nameless on the stream, you know your game going to take a step back. Kevin Love experienced that. So I think we got to – now, we don't have to. But if we're going to talk about that, it is going to take away from the game of a back-to-the-basket face-up big, because you're going to be relegated to be a corner specialist for the greater good of the team. So
to answer you, and I see AJ Anderson said the same thing, this is where I disagree. It never stopped James Worthy from being All-NBA. He was a third option.
Magic didn't have the same type of – Magic was more organic. The player that should remain nameless requires you to be a specialist to play alongside of him. So that changes things up. Yeah, Magic
I can see that.
Is a basketball player. The player who shall remain nameless is like, you're doing this role and nothing else. Now, I will give him credit. Now in his career, he's acquiesced to AD to do his thing, which is smart. That's prolonging his career. But when he was younger, it was like, you got to be this specialist or it's nothing. Or his big brother, D. Wade, he's not going to step on Wade's toes because Wade is his brother. You know what I'm saying? So, Bosh, I met Chris Bosh. I owned Chris Bosh for a whole day. He's just not the kind of guy. He's not the kind of guy to just put his foot down and be like, nah, give me the goddamn ball. That's not in him. So I'm not going to penalize him for that situation, which is a special situation. I'll give it. Winning 2 championships in 4 years, I understand they said not 1, not 2, not 3, and I do criticize the player that shall remain nameless on this. But at the end of the day, if we just take emotions out, we take because I don't like the hype train that comes with that player. But if we say you won 2 championships in 4 years, that's damn good. I'm sorry. Like I'll take that. I'll take that.
Well, like Duke, he had a great point. Well, I don't think Joe Dumars was the third option. Joe was the second option.
Yeah, I think he was second as well.
Joe was the second option. Yeah, because it was Isaiah and him. He wasn't the third option. Like Rodman was the third option. But my whole point though, with all the success that
when they brought Aguirre in, he was a 4th option, bro. Aguirre was the 3rd.
Yeah, like with all Bernard, I get to your answer too because I don't think that's accurate. I don't think Laettner's the most decorated because we know what Jabbar. Yeah, he's up there. We know what Jabbar did. Like, like, come on now, don't make me use the J word in there. Don't make us use the J word, Bernard. You know how we give it up for Captain. But in real talk, I'm gonna be pissed. It's gonna be great to see the 75, but if Jabbar is lower than 2, I am going to have a problem with somebody. I'm going to have a problem.
Jabbar what now? I'm sorry?
If Jabbar, because remember I told you in that 75 list, they're ranking them in order.
Yeah.
So if Kareem is anything less than 2, I'm gonna have a problem. I'm flipping somebody's table over. I'm flipping somebody's table over at 645 Olympic Towers. I'm flipping something over. I'm spilling drinks. I'm doing something because that's just bogus.
Well, brother, before you cook, let me tell you this: the player that shall remain nameless is going to be above Jabbar on that list, and me and you both going to be flipping tables over.
No.
All right, fair enough. Hey, you know we lock in step with the Jabbar ballyhoo.
I'm with you. I'm with you that I know Mike is like, I better not be lower than 1. And see, they gonna do Jabbar so dirty because
and they don't even like him either.
Exactly.
Like him
Exactly. He's not gonna say nothing, and y'all gonna do that old man like that, and it's gonna make you scratch your head to say, what more the man got to do? What more he got to do?
What Tyree say? What more do you want from me?
What more do you want from me? Like, bro, like every accolade that both Jeffrey could put up and the athlete that shall remain nameless put up, Jabbar can put it up too.
Yeah.
He can. So, like, I think, man, I see it, bro. I really
it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I see it, man. And it's sad. It's bad, man. It's really bad, man. Like, it's not even funny, man. It's really bad that this man Jabbar is gonna get handled like this, man.
Yeah,
it's
man.
not right.
He been getting handled since the 90s. He been getting handled this. So you think it's just gonna change? You know his
no,
his
because
stars.
I'm with you that you and I both know when you start depending on the names, let's just say all of us that are here, you, Duke, Theo, Brandon, Bernard, if we all in the room, the moment you start putting names up, it's how high you raise the bar. You feel what I'm saying? So if we're throwing names, we're throwing, where the ghost can get it. We throwing the low tier names. When we start getting to that thin air, we start getting to that Himalayan air, like it's only but a couple people that can go up there. Now, once we all get there, you start looking at each other. You got an air pack on? How much air you gonna hold? Yours hold 10 gallon, mine hold 12 gallon. If Bernard come up, he got a 15-gallon tank. He's the guy. So my thing with Jabbar is like his resume as a player for what he's done. It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, y'all just gonna ignore the all-star appearances, the league MVPs, getting an MVP, finals MVP at 37. Like, come on, what are we talking about?
Yes.
Like, I don't even think people compute that. Like, you're in the finals and you get the MVP at 37 years old. Think about how washed up Jason Kidd looked at 37.
Well, think about what the prognostications are for the player that shall remain nameless going into that age right now this year. We know he's not getting that shit. He's not getting that shit because
I know all these top fives I don't have him in my top 5. Like, I know his media crew, hype machine. I do not have Ramon in my top 5, and that's not slander. That's not bro. This is the way I make people look at it. Can somebody tell me an athlete in any sport that was at the top of the sport in year 19? And be clear, Tom Brady, yes, he won the chip, but he's not at the top of the sport.
Mm-hmm.
He's not at the top of the sport. So it's like what are we talking about? Like he won a chip, he was good, but he wasn't at the top. So when people in their mind really believe that Ramon is still going to be at the top of the sport, that's low-key a disrespect to the young guns that's coming.
Yeah. He stopped being top a long time ago. I told people, like, yo.
Thank you.
Are you going off narrative or are you going off actual ability on the court? And if you're going off actual ability on the court, he stopped being the best player on that discussion, in my mind, 4 years ago. 4 years ago.
I have no problem with that. I believe that.
Like,
I believe that.
What are we talking about here, man? Like,
and it's not no bad.
Disrespect.
It's not no bad. And let me tell you, because again, I know people when they look back at this, when I reveal everything at the end, they're gonna be like, wait a minute, what? Oh man, he was biased. No, listen to me. He is the greatest of this time. I tell people it's not the chips for me. It is the accolades you set yourself apart from everyone else. And if Ramon does this when he's done, I will shed a real one crocodile tear and say it. But if he gets 40,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, and 10,000 assists, he will be the greatest basketball player we've seen. I think he will surpass Kareem with that, because it's going to be something that is going to be something we ain't going to see. We're not going to see that. We're not going to see somebody get 40,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, and 10,000 assists. I'm not saying it won't happen again, but in our lifetime, I don't think we see that again.
Shit, Giannis bringing up the rear, bro. As far as that triple category, Giannis is coming right up the pipeline.
Here's the thing: Giannis ain't gonna get the 10,000 assists.
Maybe
he don't pass it enough to get 10,000 assists.
I don't know what he turns into.
Hold on, think about it. How many years he been in the league now?
He been in the league like 8 years. He's like 26.
Bro, I don't even think he got 2,000 assists right now. I'm about to find out right now. I don't think he got 2,000 assists now.
All right, while you do getting your nerd on, I'm gonna say this, man. Like the stream if you have not done so already. I gotta reset every time. Like the stream. Where else you getting all this from a future NBA employee, which he gonna reveal at the end of the show? Man, where else you getting this at, man? We talking straight hoops. We ain't talking crazy side narratives. We talking straight basketball, man. And this is what we do over here.
Bro, he is over 2,000. He has 2,600 assists.
No, he ain't getting 10.
He's not getting 10,000. Exactly.
He's not
like that. That's what makes Ramon special. Like that's crazy. So 40, 10, and 10, bro. I'm gonna cry. It's gonna be a real big tier too. It's just gonna be one though. It's gonna come down. It's gonna be a big drop. Like,
hey, I'm gonna be in denial. I ain't gonna accept it because the player that shall remain nameless got so much cachet to have his fingerprint over franchises. And if you want to give me the numbers argument, I'll give you that because he's special. He is. I mean, I'm a clown to say he's not. But as that translates to actual success, with all that, what's what I'm looking for? With all that latitude you have, I got critiques. I'm sorry, I got hard critiques because if you got all that latitude, it should lead to a way better finals winning percentage than what we currently at. I'm sorry, I'm gonna fight that till my dying day, but I won't be one of them clowns to call him trash, to call him a choker, to call him this, that, and third. No.
See, I can't. That listen, man. We don't have to make a statue for Skip Bayless. I hate to say it. They need to make a statue for that dude on the Bristol campus because he has seeped into the mind of sports enthusiasts around the country. And he's had us focus on things that we've never, ever focused on before. We've never heard people critique Wilt dominance because of his finals record. There's a group of people before Mike turned it on that believe that Jerry West was one of the greatest to ever do it, if not the greatest.
1-9 in the finals.
You already know I was going. Like the man's nickname is Mr. Clutch, but you're 1-9 in the finals. So look at the contradiction. Like we pick and choose, and as we all know, people love to move the goalposts on what they want to harp on. Could LeBron's final record been greater? Of course it could have. But like it's almost like the argument about and I hate bringing it to your beloved the team up in Dallas that plays up in Tarrantine County. The
great 3-1 Dallas Cowboys.
But
is that what you talking about?
Yeah, man. But what's more impressive, right? Well, you had a 3-peat or back-to-back?
3-peat. No.
3-peat.
3-peat.
What was more impressive? And it's something to think about.
No. We won 2, lost 1, and won 1. Something like that.
Anyway, the 3 and 4 years, whatever it was, is that impressive? Or Buffalo going to 4 in a row and they lost?
The Cowboy, what are you talking about? Nobody talks about
that. No. What I'm saying is, does that mean Thurman Thomas wasn't great?
No. It does. It just shows.
You feel what I'm saying? Like
it's an indictment on Jim Kelly, though. And we know that, though.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, God bless him. I hope he's doing well. We know he's had some sicknesses. But you and I both know in the narrative of NFL quarterbacks in football, we've never heard Jim Kelly have that indictment bestowed upon him for not winning.
Shit. Jim Kelly don't get mentioned with the best, bro.
Listen, I've never heard
say
nobody
Dan
say
Marino
Dan
over here.
Marino. Hold up, before these new jacks came, the Brady's, some of these younger cats, Breezes. I never heard nobody say Dan Marino's not top 5.
Well, yeah, because people understand Dan Marino didn't have a staff. Jim Kelly had the team. He couldn't
No,
get
but
it
here
done.
what I'm getting at is neither one of them got it done, but it didn't take away from their abilities. But it didn't take away from their abilities and the throws they had to make in the space. So I say that when it comes to Ramon, like, bro, he went to 9 in a row. We might not see that again. We're not going to see that again.
With who? LeBron?
Yeah, 9 in a row.
I mean, the player that should. Well, no, yeah, I think that's. Hold on, let me put myself in view. I want to put this in its proper context. I think we should respect LeBron for what he brought to the game. 9 NBA Finals, damn impressive on his face. But when you start to, and let's talk about it, when you start to pick apart the narratives, when a guy who has player mobility that we've never seen in the league history, where you dictating the terms of your own fate, we've never seen a guy overhaul a whole roster at All-Star break so you can make it back to the finals again. So he's had cachet that nobody else has had. Because why? The free agency as we've known, that wasn't around in the 90s. Or shit, keep it a bean. Before then, that wasn't around before. And I give LeBron credit because he's great at manipulating things. His team is great. Rich Paul is great.
Hold up, but let's give, like you said, let's give the jewels, and I'm gonna give you a little pushback on that. Like, there were different things that took place back in the days that we just probably wasn't, or the average everyday casual fan didn't know. Like Magic Johnson taking that $1 million deal for 25 years. People don't know Jerry Buss had him lined up when he was retired. So he wasn't worried about the front end money. He was looking at the back end money. So by you taking that low money on the front end, the Lakers were able to sign whoever they wanted to. They were able to make sure Magic had the right pieces around him for that Laker dynasty to do what they did. We don't ever hear about that.
I agree with that.
So when you say that Ramon had shit, don't look around like other guys weren't doing it either, and they were doing it for handshake deals in other departments. Like Jeffrey got paid the low in Chicago, and those late
everybody was though.
Yeah, no. Well, his bread went up, but what I'm saying is, by you able to do that stuff for the low, it gave Krause and them dudes the wiggle room to do what they do. So everybody's just different, and I feel what you're saying because I think the generation of guys we grew up with, it wasn't just a stone wall between ownership and player. You started to see more of the mingling so that I can make sure this guy keeps the right pieces around me. And then LeBron, to his credit, you're talking about, he was able to, like you say, manipulate and do what he had to do because he always had that wiggle room with his managements and front office people.
Yeah, and I don't begrudge him for it because if you got a way to move and manipulate, one of the lines, I don't even fault Trump. Trump was saying, I don't pay taxes because I'm smart. Okay, I'm good with that. If you're smart enough to manipulate that, cool. With LeBron, if you're smart enough to have the leadership, the cachet to manipulate rosters, cool, do it. But that don't mean I don't notice what you did. So when we come in talking about success, well, I got a few tidbits. You chose to manipulate things, and I'm not going to act like you didn't do it, sir.
Right.
You moved yourself from coast to coast when it was convenient for you. Fine. That is in the guidelines and restrictions of you being an NBA asset. Employee. So with that being said, like you did what's within you did what is within the confines of what is allowed to you, contractually speaking. Yes. And that's your right. I don't begrudge no man, especially no black man, taking advantage of a system and making it work for you. I'm with that. But when you start comparing yourself, when we talking about, if we lay all that down to the side and we talk about player for player for player for player. I'm gonna bring that shit up because you use that to manipulate the market. It is what it is.
You can bring it up, but it's like, I mean, that was a good call by Elvis as well. Remember, Magic basically had dumped. That's right. Paul West had a Norm Nixon who won titles with him. True. No, I mean, it's funny because I think in today's era, Elvis and what we're talking about.
Shout out to Elvis, man. Who Jargon member, man.
No doubt.
Always on point.
Matter of fact, Elvis, I'm gonna have, normally when I come to Vegas, Elvis, I don't see you, but under my new assignment, I'm gonna have more free time. So, because I'm only gonna
let me know when you come to Vegas, man. That's a 1 hour flight.
No, bro, I'm gonna be there the 15th to the 17th. November 15th to the 17th. Yep.
November?
Yep. And Elvis, we're gonna be over at Coronado. They have an event called
I might do that.
The Border League Showcase. They got arguably the #1 player in the country, Shaden Sharp, who's actually from Canada. So we know Canada plays by different rules, and he's actually my loophole. And I mean, get it out the way, Cliff. So do a lot of work, time that I put in. I've had NBA deals with teams before. I mean, they took my scouting service, but actually becomes official Monday that I'll be with the Phoenix Suns in their scouting department. It's a surreal feeling. I'll be able to tell everyone for real, because like, to really start your own scouting service, and like a lot of you guys, again, y'all have your podcast, y'all have your platforms, and to be picked up by pretty much the highest level in your space is a good feeling. You know, again, I got NBA relationships, but when a team is like, nah, we want you with us and want to help us continue to build. James Jones reached out. Real talk. Shout out to Jerome Tang and Alvin Brooks III. The VP from Phoenix is he's a Baylor alum. He's one of their students. And for those that really love the space, if you're a coach, go to YouTube, catch up. It's a bunch of episodes. It's called Be Ready. And the Be Ready family, it's really for those that, if you watch the episodes that they have posted and you really want to be involved with it, hit me on Twitter at BI Reports, and I can plug you in to the live feeds, because when they do the Be Ready, because they're webcasts and it's talking about different experiences in colleges, and you can stream it two ways. You can stream it from YouTube and watch it, or you can be on the actual Zoom where you can ask real questions and be tuned in. So during the pandemic, that shit blew up. I'm talking about female coaches. Matter of fact, the female coach that Portland hired was a female coach on the men's side at Maine University. And again, grinding away. When Chauncey got the job in Portland, boom, he gave her a call. She knew her, she knew what she knew. And the Be Ready brothers, it was so dope that for me with a scouting service, I was just on it every day. And, they were coming to me like, yo, what do you want to do? And I was like, I just love the space. I love, the brotherhood, the interaction, seeing how people deal with different, because they were giving real life coaching scenarios, whether it's recruiting, game plan, game day, somebody get caught up with the police, with a girl, just helping coaches sharpen their everyday skills. So I was doing that all the time, but I'm not a coach. So they thought I was doing it because I wanted to get in the space. And I said, well, no, actuality, I want to get into management, because truth be told, for everyone, of color, like, we have enough players. We have enough coaches, even though we have a low number, but we don't have enough scouts. We don't have enough GMs. At the end of the day, there are two brothers in the NBA right now, with the exception of Michael Jordan, because he's the owner. But we only have two brothers that make the final decision with teams. And that's Masai in Toronto and James in Phoenix. So for them to reach out to me and want to involve me with what they're doing, it was a great feeling. And I just tell anybody out there pursuing their dreams in any of the spaces, if you want to get into the scouting space, Cliff has my information. You can call me, contact me on social media. I'll share that, because the one thing I do know, nobody did it for me, but that's not how I was raised. I was raised in a space of really just, helping those that come after you. And for me, I have no issue with sharing that same love of how to go about it, what events to go to, who to see. So when it comes to Vegas, Elvis, I can watch the kid Shaden Sharp because while he's the #1 player in 2022, he's technically a fifth-year kid, so he's draft eligible. Hence, he can be evaluated by pro personnel. So, I'll see him once a day, check him out. Got to get out the gym, and then after that, we could break bread, do whatever. And I trust me, Elvis, I owe you because I done been to Vegas a couple of times and we ain't linked. But I mean, if Cliff come out, we'll have a good time. Plus I'm sure some preseason games and all that. And then
That's
from
my
there,
birthday weekend too. 17th,
is
my
it really?
birthday. So
Okay,
yeah,
yeah, we definitely got to
we
do it
set
up
that
then.
up. We
We
set that
definitely
up.
got to do it up. And then from there, I actually have to go straight to Phoenix for the season opener and some meetings before the start of the season. So I'll be ripping and running. But no, it's a great feel. And I know it's always been love in the Hoop Jargon family, via Facebook and even on here. So I'm always here to share that with whomever.
Appreciate that, man. And
Definitely.
say, man, again, guys, y'all getting information that you're not getting nowhere else, man. This is an NBA scout here, from being grassroots to being individual proprietor, NBA scout on here telling you games. So a lot of y'all, and I've been having Dame on this channel in particular over a year and a half now.
Yeah.
So you getting, and obviously this is one of my sources when he tells me stuff. So, it is what it is. And I'm giving y'all stuff that it's not speculatory. It's stuff that's coming straight from people who know what's up. So I hope y'all appreciate this content I put on here because I want my whole intent is y'all to know, y'all to understand that, like we talked about, there's levels to the hooper game. Me and Dane weren't high-level D1 athletes, but we were athletes and we know a lot of people.
Yep.
And so I want to share this to y'all. Y'all have an opportunity to understand things that if you didn't play basketball like that, it comes from somewhere. It's just not thought about the clear blue sky.
Right.
And so, Dane, I appreciate you breaking that news on this stream. I'm going to reshare that clip. I'm sure you don't have no problem with that since you said that already.
Nah, not at all.
So what's your official title so I know how to label it?
Well, it'll be in the scouting department. I mean, the direct exact ain't come yet. I mean, I'll get it and definitely send it to you. So it's not a problem. But even me, it's again, we're in a society where it's like, not that it's a wrong thing, because again, like I mentioned, your Shams of the world, your Wojs, they found ways to monetize it, and really I've seen these guys in gyms. I've seen their Twitter feeds. Like, you would be surprised. They're great men, but the amount of information that they're actually grinding up themselves and then presenting is little to nothing because everybody tells them everything.
Fact.
Like, literally, they tell them everything. And he said, Daniel, are there any players you were 100% right on, 100% wrong on? Oh, well, we talked about, I wasn't high on Luka, D Rose, Shottown. I didn't think much of him.
You were hot on LaMelo?
I wasn't as high on Melo. And it's funny because if you go to Clips Hoop Jargon, we'll gladly pull him up for shits and giggles. I wasn't high on him, but I wasn't low on him either. So I'm still me and Cliff trying to get the terms out on that one. But when you're saying 100% right, 100% wrong, I mean, I was high on De'Aaron Fox. That was one that I felt he was who he was. Cade Cunningham. And here's a little, for context purposes, like I worked in the EYBL for 5 years. I was a Southwest scout. So a lot of these young guys that you're seeing now, I mentored them since the 7th, 8th grade. So when you're talking about those names, you're talking about your Greg Browns, Cade Cunninghams, Mitchell Robinsons, Robert Williams, De'Aaron Fox, Carson Edwards, Jared Vanderbilt's, I'm trying to think of all the All-American and pros. What's my man Andrew Jones? That's at University of Texas. Marquise Bolden, Trey Young, different guys I had from my region because I'm based in Houston. I pretty much had all the bordering states and surrounding areas, Louisiana, Arkansas, all the way to California. So,
man, you ain't getting nothing out of Arkansas. Stop lying.
Huh?
Say you ain't get no talent out of Arkansas.
What are you talking about, Malik Monk? What are you talking about?
All right, beside him.
We have Malik
playing
Monk.
football or slanging meth.
This past year, we just had. There's a young kid. He just committed to Arkansas 2 days ago. Nick Smith. Somebody said like a sleeper, not top two. Sleeper from my region. Drew Timme. Nobody thought Drew Timme was good. They didn't think he was going to do what he's doing now at Gonzaga. So if you go back and look, you had guys like Will Baker. There was a bunch of guys ranked in front of him. And when you say miss, for me, it's probably just kids I didn't get to the EYBL platform. So that would be guys like Quentin Grimes. That was just a first round pick. Joe Johnson's before me, D Rose. I didn't.
Yeah, that's way before.
Joe might be close in age to me, matter of fact, because I'm 42. Joe might be like 39, 40. So nah.
Hey, you 42? God damn.
Yeah, I'm 42. But those are just some of the guys that I had. And to be honest, when you have a scouting service, Cliff will tell you this, and that's why my reaction to the LaMelos or even the success Lonzo had, it ain't necessarily about missing. Like I never had to. Let me be clear. I didn't have to deliver any players to any particular school. That wasn't my job as a scouting service. My job was to inform schools of players. Now it's on them to recruit them. Now if they don't recruit them, that's on them. That's not my fault. So when I tell Orlando Antigua, who's like a brother of mine, associate head coach at the University of Kentucky with my little brother Jay Lucas, when I told him about De'Aaron Fox, then it's on him to get on him. Now, if he don't get on him and then De'Aaron ends up going to Texas or Baylor, that's their fault. So I think it's understanding the job and the role of a scout at the high school ranks. And now I do have to do a level of recalibration because the NBA is a little different. But I've had a lot of success, and I kind of can figure it out. But the way that we call him Champ Jones, the way that Champ moves and the way that he does his things is different. And it's a level of adjustment that I'm going to have. And I'm a sponge. So, again, my love for the space, I'm always going to be willing to be open, to learning new things. I'm not, stuck in my ways. So, Alfred Shagun, Rookie of the Year, sleeper. Where is he from? Like Theo B, I feel you. I hear the name, but a lot of the times, some of the things that I have learned prior, when you talk about the league, it's the opportunity you're in. So, like, Cade Cunningham is going to be given every opportunity to fail. Jalen Green is going to be given every opportunity to fail. I don't know if the young fella you're mentioning is in that same space. Like Cade can turn it over 3 times in a row. He's not coming out the game.
Yep.
Jalen Green can turn it over 5 times, and the 6th time take the ball and kick it in the stands. He ain't coming out the game. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know if that guy that you're speaking of, he has that same freedom. And those are some of like the things that matter. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, he talking about the Turkish kid. Yeah, no, he's nice. He's nice. He is nice. But ask yourself, Theo, do you really think he's gonna be in a better space than Jalen Green? Like they're moving John Wall. They're moving John Wall to let Porter and Green go crazy.
Not the legendary John Wall.
Yeah. I don't know if they moving the dudes you're talking about from Turkey. I don't know if they're moving pieces to let him rock because they like Christian Woods a lot. So I don't know. 6'10", 230. Size sound good for sure.
Yeah. It was a great discussion about John Wall on Dain's Clubhouse 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, man, they front on my man. I don't like that. John is a good dude.
He's done. He may be a good dude. He's done.
So Theo, ask yourself. I see Justin's question. No, Justin, we ain't talk about Lonzo and DeRozan. But to answer Theo, you really believe 15 and 10 is Rookie of the Year worthy? Come on now, bro. 15 and 10? Nah.
Hey,
I don't think that's enough.
Cade and Green gonna put up better than that. So you can put that
that's gonna be tough. And then you got to remember the Rockets gonna be terrible. So it's like 15 and 10 and y'all terrible. That don't look good. 15 and 10 and you take them to the playoffs. That's it. Like think about LaMelo's number. What was LaMelo's numbers last year?
Shit, like what? Like was 16, 9, and 8 or some shit like that.
And they just missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right. So and he won the award. you can't say 15-10 and the Rockets are probably likely back in the lottery again. You're going to win Rookie of the Year.
He's gonna be the second best player on that team.
Right? Exactly. But no, Justin. I think, and I know Billy D's a New Yorker.
I did want to answer
guy.
this question, so yeah, I appreciate you.
I
Go ahead and cook, Dane.
I think Lonzo is going to be put in a space to be successful in distributing the ball. I think DeRozan is older, so he probably has some jewels to give to him, as well as help him learn. Southern California ties, they're good money, is cool. I think with Zach, he can be who he is, and they can literally relinquish the ball handling duties to Lonzo because he wants to pass it. So I think they can be successful. And then, of course, off the record, because of my affiliation now, so you can say per scout or anonymous scout is fine, but my name ain't on here. But anyway, yeah, I think that's gonna be a good look. I think they're gonna be fine. Their frontline work, they got a young pup in Pat Williams from Florida State. He's a hungry goon. I think he can help a lot. But Lonzo may actually look better because now it's no pressure. He got paid. Chi-Town, new city. See how he deals with the cold, but he's in the East with his brother, so that's a good thing. And they should be successful because Billy D is a good coach. He is a good coach.
Absolutely. I played against. It's funny, man. You be in these spaces, and I tell because I get asked this question, man. Shout out to Flight Sports. People ask me like, "What's my opinion?" And I actually played against Billy Donovan my senior year. We played University of Florida. So I've seen his coaching style, man. He's loyal to his guys. He's loyal to his starters. And I think Lonzo is finally he's a players coach. He's a big-time players coach in an era. And we got to remember, when he was at Florida, that's when Urban Meyer was doing his thing on the football field. So they had that culture where, like, both programs were competing hard. That's when they had Tim Tebow and shit, right? And that's when Florida, the basketball team won 2 championships in a row. I played against them when they won that second one. It's 2006, 2007. So we watched a lot of film on Florida, and I watched how Billy Donovan coaches, and that's how we had our game plan. We played Ball State before then, but we ain't focused on Ball State. We lost, but anyway, we focused on Florida for like a damn near whole month, and we focused on the way that Billy Donovan coaches. And Billy Donovan, again, he's loyal to his guys, and I think Lonzo is going to have a very good opportunity to show what he really is year 5, with all the combination of all the shit. You get the hype on the front end. Then you became a 3-and-D player when LeBron came. And then when you went to New Orleans, you became a 3-and-D player again. Now it's you being a culmination of everything you taught. Again, y'all look down my timeline on YouTube. I got to hang with LeVar. LeVar told me how he raised Lonzo. Lonzo is meant to be a leader. Lonzo is meant to be a facilitator. So you're going to see that biggest iteration of what he was groomed to be. And I think this year is going to be a good look. And I also will say there's no more excuses now. Like, you're going to see him being a full growth of everything he was taught from baby to now. So I'm very much interested to see that. And I think it's going to mesh well with Zach LaVine, a fellow UCLA guard. DeRozan, he went to USC, but, a Southern California boy as well. It's funny, man. A cat on the stream, I forget, Taufik, I believe his name is. DeRozan played some time at the 4 for San Antonio too. So I'm very much interested to see if they go small. And put
no, because they got
I've heard that.
Didn't they get Vuvacek?
Yeah, they got Vujicic, so he'll be at the 5. He's a 5. He ain't playing the 4. So
what happened? What happened at Larry Marketing?
Larry Marketing is gone.
Where's he at?
I would have loved him to be there. I forgot where he is. I can't look. This is my phone. So if anybody in chat want to look that up with Lowry Marketing, I think they just moved him not too long ago. But I would love Lowry Marketing to still be on the team, bro. And shout out to King C, man. Shout out to SMG, always showing love to the channel, man.
Yes, sir.
SMG said, yeah, DeMar's running the 4 because Patrick Williams got injured. Well, this is before the Patrick Williams injury, because he ran 4 like quite extensively actually for the Spurs. But go ahead.
No. I'm listening. Because I'm too like thinking like who's at the 4 for them. What young
The Cavs.
dude?
He with the Cavs.
Okay, he with the damn. They got a lot of size in Cleveland because you got Laurie Marketing, you got Evan Mobley, you got Jared Allen, you got a lot of young
Kevin Love.
Don't get me started with that. Don't get me started with that because, man, listen, because we're in such a sensitive time, man, with the word choice of people and the diagnosis that people are using. I just would love to know where would the energy be if his name was Kayshawn Love. I would love to see where the energy's at because it's like, think about it, bro. When was the last time he played extensive minutes?
Well, I don't follow this weak ass iteration of the Cavaliers, so that's a glorified D2 team to me. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care about nothing the Cavaliers doing right now.
I couldn't tell you the last time I remember him like playing extended minutes and really putting in work. I personally think like, I don't know, dudes is taking a dive because it's just like, well, what's wrong? Like play, and it's like he said they won't let Kevin leave. Yeah. But see, I think, and it's almost just like the situation because breaking news, I just saw Philly withheld like $8 million that they were supposed to give Ben Simmons. This next lockout, I'm preparing everybody. It's going to be ugly. The next lockout is going to be bad because the way that these players and these agents are acting and forcing their way out of places, it's like, well, what's the purpose of a contractor? Yeah. Because Justin, like I saw your comment talking about Cleveland won't let him leave. He's committed to a contract. Like, what are we talking about? Like, he has to fulfill his obligation. It's not about making you like we're forcing you to stay. You have a contract. And it's like so many of these guys, you want all the money, you want to strap the cap, they can't make a move, they really can't move you. And then as soon as we give it to you, now you want to leave. Can't have it both ways, man. You can't have it both ways. And it's gonna come to a head and it's probably this next collective bargaining, which I think is next year.
Yeah, and you know what? And when you get into talk like this, it gets a little dicey. Because people are like, oh, well, you can't tell no player. Listen, man, the way the world works is contracts and agreements, man. And you may not like it, and you don't have to like it, but that's how the world works. Wherever you live right now, whether it's an apartment, whether it's a house, there is a ink to paper that if you breach what is agreed, you do not live there. Your job you're at, if you breach what's on ink, you do not work there. Whether you like it or not, whether it's fair or not, matters not. They ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China.
Nope.
You have to fulfill what is asked of you as far as that contract is concerned. And we're talking regular people. Let's up it to multimillionaires.
Well, hold up. So that's the disconnect for me with our people. It's twofold. Number one, like we believe. Oh, my bad. We believe like, yo, I make $30 million. They can't tell me. Yeah, they can. As long as you're an employee, they can. Because guess what? You make $30 million, the owner makes $30 billion. So as long as you're answering to someone under that agreement that you mentioned, yes, there are rules and regulations. You and I have worked 9 to 5 jobs. I've been a juvenile probation officer. I've worked at United Airlines. I've had all these jobs. Guess what? You have to do your job asked of you. The other thing that I don't like, and again, I hate to say it affects our culture, the darker hue individuals, like we think we know business and we don't.
Absolutely not.
We don't. We sit here and we act like, man, that's how business is supposed to work. No, it's not. That's not how business works. And then we get mad because the way business works doesn't go the way we think it should or would. And now you screaming the holy, to the heavens of God that you're being done. No, that's business. Like somebody just said, Philly is not asking of Ben Simmons nothing that he cannot do but shoot the basketball. And now you mad? They literally replayed the clip this morning of Doc Rivers asked the question, And it was a legitimate question along with legitimate answer. Doc, do you believe that Ben Simmons is a championship caliber point guard? He says, I don't know. Didn't say no. Didn't say yes. That's a legitimate answer on several fronts. Number one, he's never been to the finals. Number two, he has flaws in his game that he hasn't seemed to address. So I don't know. And they're literally saying that's what has Ben up in arms. That's what Ben is that's what Ben is pissed about. It's crazy to me.
It's crazy.
It's crazy to me.
I like Ben Simmons. I like Ben Simmons a lot. I was hoping he's a Laker, bro. We got Brandon Ingram instead of Ben Simmons. It is what it is. But I'm not gonna sit here just because he's a brother and give him excuses for shit because your feelings. I mean, let's keep it a beam. Your feelings are hurt. You know, you heard everything that goes on. These players are sensitive as shit. Y'all gotta know this. Me as a former player, Dain played too. When somebody say something about you, you get tight. It is what it is, man. We human as hell. Ben Simmons is human as hell, so he doubling down on emotional shit right now, and it's gonna cost him his goddamn livelihood. Now, hopefully not to the point we can't make a living, because I mean, we talk about resume this whole stream. You know, his resume is strong enough. He gonna end somewhere. Even if he land on his ass, somebody gonna take him. Look no further than Josh Gordon getting his 18th chance in NFL. No, this dude, that dude got 9 lives, bro. He the human feline, bro.
Hold up, what team is Josh with now?
He about to sign with the Chiefs. Buccaneers, I believe. Buccaneers.
But that goes to show you when you got talent.
No, Chiefs.
When you got talent,
somebody want you.
Somebody wants you. That's a fact.
And I'm gonna comment. Shout out to Kid Max, man. Keep doing your thing, Hoop Jargon. Got to finally catch a live. Keep going, bro. I appreciate that, man. Because again, man, what I do with these, man, I want y'all to learn some shit. Again, this is he just announced Phoenix Suns scout right here, Dain Ervin, my boy, since forever going back to about 7 years. So, you know what I'm saying? This is an NBA employed guy right here as of Monday. You heard this news first on Hoop Jargon channel. So I want to give y'all this shit that you're not getting nowhere else, man. And so, Ben, bro, I understand your feelings hurt. I understand we've all been there. But, bro, there are, how can I put it? There are street sweepers right now who don't like the terms of the negotiation of their contract making $40K a year. Listen, man, that's a part of life. You do not own the entity. You do not control the terms of engagement. So
hold on. Here go the other part that you and I know that's real with 9-to-5 jobs. If you're supposed to be to work tomorrow, Cliff, and don't show up, and then don't show up Sunday, and then don't show up Monday, what you think gonna happen Tuesday?
You done.
Thank you. So like some dudes don't even get like, and I've always used this analogy with the NBA, even before now of getting here, back when many of my friends were there when I was a kid, and I first saw the glimpse of league life. The NBA is the Matrix.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like when I saw the movie and then knew about the NBA life, it's the Matrix. And what I mean by that, ladies and gentlemen, like it's a different world. What you see on television, the games, all that is one thing. The actual lives that these players live, it is not real. I don't care if it's going to a prime 112 in Miami, if it's going to Blue Ribbon out there in a Grove, and they are about to close. I've seen establishments hold everything for somebody in the league. It's just different. The money, the access, the resources that the average NBA player has, bro, it's the Matrix. It's the Matrix. So the fact that when you have a Ben or somebody like him acting the way that he's acting, it's like because it's not real. It's just not real. Because in any job that, wait a minute, we have you on the contract, Cliff. You're not coming to work? Really? You know what? I got you. I can show you. I can show you better than I can tell you.
I can show you.
I can show you better than I can tell you.
Goddamn tell you.
I'm not here to play with you. We will have you replaced. And it's real.
hey, it's real to feel, man. And Dain is so much on point because we live that life. We've been athletes before. And I'm not gonna lie, we have an entitled sense of reality
Yep.
because we are coddled more than other people. It is what it is.
Yep.
Like, so elevate that to the NBA level where you not only have athlete privilege, you got celebrity privilege. So you basically step somewhere and somebody's, oh my God, you. Your mind is crazy. So you think that an entity that has enough money to pay you $30 million. So think about how this shakes out. A team can pay you $30 million. A team that can pay you $30 million can be in a league that allows salaries to pay you $30 million. A league exists with other corporations that fund this league to pay 30 other teams that can pay guys $30 million like yourself and still be a profitable organization. What does that say? On your level, you are low as shit. You don't mean what you think you mean because you
Right.
are a asset to a whole. And I think a lot of brothers don't understand that, and that's what messes them off, man.
That's a great point. And Kid Max just said levels. That's a fact. Like, think about bringing it back to. I mean, again, we know the internal war that football players and basketball players. Look at the savagery of Deshaun Watson. Bro was going to the massage parlors for the happy endings, wilding out.
Yeah.
Do you think an everyday person could do that? No. No, it does not happen that way. So it's like the thing that people don't understand, it's like you're in a different world. You do have to act accordingly. And somebody made the point that big fella, Kwame Brown told him, yo, don't mess up his money. He right.
Yeah.
You still got to be professional. You still have to do your job. You could not want to be in Philly. Don't like Elton Brand. Don't like Daryl Morey. Don't like Ben. Don't like Joel Embiid. Still got to go to work though.
You got to go to work.
Got to go to work. It's a bad precedent, and it's like it's just not good because if the team cracks, that means every young star that's not happy where they are, you can count on De'Aaron Fox wanting to get out of Sacramento. You can count on, Zion screaming he want to get out of New Orleans. Ja want to get out of Memphis. It's gonna set a domino effect that's not good. It's going to be a domino effect. Right. So it's like we just got to, and again, that goes back to just not understanding business and really understand how you're supposed to conduct yourself. But I get it. You give these young guys all this bread and all this responsibility, and they're supposed to understand it. But then that's why the leap of being a one and done or two and done is such a big deal because you're stepping into big boy. You and I in our 40s.
I'm 37.
Yeah, you 40. Anyway. No,
don't wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
but I say that to say, you and I probably thought like him when we was 18, 19, 20 years old. Right. So the fact that I'm 40 and I understand how I'm supposed to move and act, but I'm later in life. So it's like the younger cats have to understand how to conduct, how to really get leverage, and then go from there. But dudes don't be understanding that.
No, here's the deal, man. A lot of people don't, especially in our community, the community, as they call it. We think that emotionally we can just overcome everything. And we think that our goodwill and intention supersedes things that's been along before we're here, while we're here, and after we leave. Meaning basically this. You're trying to use your personal anecdotal life to supersede things that are already deeply rooted and embedded in this culture, in this society, in this money game. And you're not going to beat it just with goodwill and intention. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to be the one to tell you. And people like to call this COONING sometimes. But listen, man, you can spend your life going against the grain all you want to. That is perfectly within your bounds to do. But in reality, us who live in reality, when you sign a contract, which is a workers agreement, which is a lease agreement, which is a mortgage, you have to fulfill the rights of what you signed, and your personal feelings are not in the equation. That is your contractual obligation. So we gotta have more brothers to be, aware of what's going on. And shout out to the chat, man. Y'all done turned up, man. I thought we was gonna end this shit, but y'all turning up, man. Y'all get it in, man. Y'all and the numbers up, shit. So we gonna keep it rocking, Dain, as long as you cool with it.
I ain't got nothing to do. Look, man, I'm an old washed up dude, man. 2 kids, 2 dogs. This is my Friday night. This is lit for me, man. I ain't doing nothing.
Same here, man. My girl out of town, and I ain't got shit doing at all, man. And guys, y'all don't know. Nothing is harder doing YouTube when nobody's watching your shit. Now I'm gonna still do it and act like ain't nothing going on, but in the back of my mind, like I ain't nobody watching this shit. So again, it's just Phoenix Suns scout right here, Dain Ervin. If y'all coming late to the show, which I seen some of y'all said that, y'all gotta understand, man. I'm giving y'all that crack over here, man. So if y'all want to hit the Cash App, you can. Again, I'm a raging capitalist. If you want a super chat, you can do that. You can do that. Because when you super chat, it make me want to do these more. Because I gotta bother Dain to get him to do this show. And it's not a hard bother, but sometimes I ain't gonna lie. Today I was sleeping. I was like, yo, we're gonna push this back an hour. And then he had to go pick his kid up, and then we had to push it back 30 more minutes. Life happens, basically.
No, look, trust me. And for any and everybody, these conversations have never been it's never been a bother. Like I said, Cliff is my man. We've been at this for a while. I mean, and it's funny because how relative our college's experiences were, because he went PWI to HBCU.
Mm-hmm.
I went HBCU to PWI, and we're both proud college graduates. It was an experience that we had. We played against high level guys, some of the similar guys, and understanding each other's plight. While we had a lot of similarities, and everybody always think, "Oh, you and Cliff always." Shit, we disagreed about a lot of things. So
me and Dain done had many,
but
maybe I was drunk.
But here go the crazy part, and this is where some and I gotta go get my cord. This is where some people in the podcast space lose me. Y'all go off the deep end. Me and Cliff, like there's a level of reason you have to find in what you're saying and what you believe. It has to make logical sense. Like at some point, again, the math has to math. Because when it ain't mathing, that's when you start looking crazy in what you're saying. And that's where I think for the both of us, we've always known each other's gauge of, man, he ain't say that. Like somebody said, man, Cliff, I'd be like, man, Cliff ain't say that. Like y'all done left something out, whatever, and come to find out it's normally a twist or a key word that, man, Cliff was in there, with 5 women, but they ain't say they was all, hermaphrodites. So he ain't say they was all albino. Like, I don't want to be with the women with Cliff. Cliff can have those women. It's always key in that lane, but always a great dude, and the energy he's always, brought will always be supported in all his ventures, and I know the love he shows to others and all of that. So for sure.
Yeah, man, and I try to be that way, man, because again, I want this channel to be authentic and this AFLL, bro. Hey, man, I'm all for the Ja Morant thing. You going off the deep end though.
What happened with Ja Morant?
I don't know. Homie going hard for Ja Morant, which I think he's a great player, great young player.
I saw him say something about him. He said Jargon, something like that. He was saying.
He said a lot about Ja Morant, so don't you rack your brain on that. So let's see. So Hoop Jargon, how do you feel after every season's completed? Your employees show you a bunch of videos of him doing the very thing you ask of him. So I guess it's like accountability. I mean, and most people don't want that.
King C, that's a great point. Like that. And you know what's funny? Because many, and trust me, I don't care like where my checks come from now. I'm still of the 9 to 5 ilk and come from that cloth and that culture. Like what it is.
Hold on, before you go. Dex says, "Who's Clifford?" We know Hoop Jargon. Hey, then that's a funny thing. Like y'all know me as Hoop Jargon on YouTube, but anybody know me from the group? Hoop Jargon is a group of like 4,000.
Yeah. That's his brand though. Cliff, Hoop Jargon is him. Don't get it twisted, but it's his real name. He said Clifford. But no, it's. I think many of us who've had real jobs, been fired in life. We know about workplace appraisals, about being corrective criticism. things of that nature to make you better at your craft. Athletes feel, again, like you said about entitlement, Cliff, that they're in a range and in a space that they're above reproach. You can't say that to them. And even like if this branches off into another topic, which again, what you choose to do with your body, or you for or against vaccines is whatever. But I just find it so funny. Like people run to these athletes as if they're professionals at life.
Yeah. All right, Dain shit kind of cut out a little bit. That's a bar. Go ahead, man. You was over there cooking. All right, you freezing over there, Dain. So I'll take over. Yeah, man. One of my other buddies, man, C. Hendo said this, man. Don't meet your heroes. Don't meet your heroes, because when you meet your heroes, you're gonna find out that they're not exactly what you think. So he's saying that they're an athlete, they're a professional in the NBA, but they're not a professional at life per se. So you don't want to have yourself so enraptured with those kind of people say and think when they are just good at one thing. I'll keep it a bean, man. Me growing up playing sports, like I wasn't good at a lot of shit. Let's see what he got. Be right back. All right. So he got a phone call. Again, that's an NBA. Uh-oh. Let me put him down so I can go solo. Uh-oh. Boom. Move. All right, yeah, man. So, and that just goes with, what I tell people all the time, man. Like, it's so much that damn, I lost my train of thought. What was I just saying? There's so much you can learn from athletes by not learning from them, because they're really good at one thing. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep it a bean. A lot of I'm sorry. So a lot of, I grew up playing basketball, and a lot of my teammates weren't the brightest guys. They just weren't. They weren't the brightest guys. So these athletes grow up and they are like prominent sports figures, but they're not the smartest dudes, man. And I'm not trying to shade nobody, you know what I'm saying? And Dain will be back. His computer died. But I'm not trying to shade anybody, but these dudes should not be the provocateurs of your life. They shouldn't be leading you in life, because they just good at what they're good at, and they're not necessarily good at being a human. Look at no further than PJ Washington caught up with Brittany Renner. Y'all check my video I dropped last week. I laced that whole situation out. But we got a super chat, man. Hey, my boy Dex, Worldwide Dex, man, exclusive Dex, says, keep up the good work, Cliff. Appreciate it. Boy, learn my first name. You go hard, huh? I ain't mad at it, man. And I really appreciate y'all staying in this chat, because, again, this is an opportunity. You talk to somebody who works for the NBA now, a guy who's been recruiting behind the scenes. I've been having on my show. It's probably Dain's 5th time on the channel. This is a guy who I easily could call and just talk basketball with. Again, I broke the story. Again, y'all left me on red. That's okay. About Donda Academy, which basically is Kanye West's school he's making to be a tribute to his mother. He signed a gentleman named Robert Dillingham, 5-star kid. He signed a 5-star kid. He took him away from Jeff McInnes, who played for the NBA, who played for North Carolina. And he's coming to the school he's going to be in his first year. So y'all look out. This is going to be a big story, man. That Donda Academy is going to be a big story. I dropped that first, and I got that information from Dain yesterday. As a matter of fact, we're talking to him. Oh, deep salute to Cliff, who joined. Keep going. Man, the village government name. I don't care, man. That's why I show my face. I ain't one of them dudes who just hide behind the screen name. I show my face, man. Y'all know you can look up all my stats. You can look up my whole persona. I am who I am, man. And you can look up everything. My name is Cliff Franks. Look it up. Job mentioned Dunk on LeBron. This dude going crazy with Job. But I appreciate you, bro. We all human and growing. Absolutely. Life is a continuing process, man. You got to keep getting better. You got to keep improving yourself. And that's what it is. Okay, I think Chameleon made that mistake meeting Jordan. He got his feelings. So absolutely, man. Don't meet your heroes. Your hero is going to be something that you ain't quite expecting. And Dain's coming back. And let me address a few more of these comments. And Dain, I'm going to let you cook again, because you over there cooking.
Nah, my bad, bro. I told you my computer died, and I had to come downstairs. And I know I didn't went from the dark to the light to everything. So.
Yeah, bro. You got all kind of shit going on over there. So, yeah.
So I was in the bed. No, we were
Hold on 1 second before you go, Dan. I want you to cook. Let me address these comments. All right, Kid Max says, I'm gonna peep the video, bro. Been planning to watch. Yeah, check it out, man. Again, that situation with Robert Dillingham, that's a big deal. Going to Donna Academy, which is brand new. He basically bought out an old prep school that was defunct since early 2010s. So Kanye about to mess the game up, and getting a high prep star like that with not really a school established, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. So y'all keep your eyes on it. I'm the first person on YouTube to report that. So when people start hopping on the hype train, it's gonna happen. Remember who reported that first. And again, my man's Dain, this way. Dain gave me that insight first. The burner account says, I don't see Ja being top 20 player. Wow, salute. Okay, yeah. All right, we caught up. That's how I'm supposed to do it, man. Hey, it is what it is, man.
As you should. And I think that's dope. Shout out to
that real shit.
Dexterous in my brother Umar voice. He hit the Cash App. He hit the Dexterous Crockett. He hit
$5. Next time you can do 20, brother. That boy Umar. Oh man.
Yo, that dude Umar told a lady one time, he said, I will not be giving you back 8 quarters. Yeah.
I hate Umar. I'm
gonna see you, bro. I'm gonna send you the link. It was a link like for his birthday, and bro, it was like a spoof, and he was going off. I'm like, yo, this dude is a real idiot. You'll never get rid of. I can get rid of this gut. You'll never be 6'3". Like, what is wrong with you, man?
YouTubians.
Exactly. And then he'll throw that coon word. He's gonna throw that coon word around.
Come on, man.
I need to know.
Shout out man. That dude, I used to really look up to him by 2015 era. I really thought highly of Umar, man. And then I just started really listening to him. Man, that dude a clown, man. Whatever. He a clown, bro.
No, Justin,
go ahead, man. Go on, finish cooking.
To answer your question about Mercy is good. Mercy actually plays with the JL3 program. Everyone knows the relationship me and John Lucas have had over the years. He's been a great mentor, advisor to me. He's always wanted to see me win, and that's been huge. And Mercy actually he played for his 15 and under team last year. And good size. He can shoot. He can shoot it actually really, really good. He's better than the brother that's at Tennessee State now, but the kid is still young. He's only a sophomore. So as time goes on, you know how it normally goes. And I think finally, this is like P's last son, I think, because he's had a bunch of them. He's had Percy, Versey, Hersey, and now this is Mercy.
Then little Romeo, yeah.
Hey, Romeo is
Percy, like 30.
That ain't his real name.
Yeah, it's Percy Jr., I believe.
Percy, right. That's what I'm about to say. Then the brother under him is
Percy, Mercy, and Hersey.
And I knew them because years back they came to Kenny Smith camp when I was still in college, and they were shorties. So when he came up, and Romeo came up with DeMar DeRozan. So they all played together.
And shout out to Master P, the great value LeVar Ball, man. He got his kids in school, bro.
He did.
He did. You know, Lil Romeo played at USC. You see the air quotes. Hersey, he got him in Tennessee State, and then Versey gonna be at
Houston,
U of H, and that's, bro. I take my ball ass hat off to Master P, man. Yeah. That is dope. That's dope.
No doubt.
So
and he had fun with it. You know, I mean, financially, the resources he's made and for his family, they straight. But you know, the success he's pushing them through, and like Kim Max just say, one of them. Oh, you know, God willing, you know, one that has the opportunity to make it, but it's not promised to everybody.
Thanks.
I asked this question, and I got to get the updated number, but I know last year's number. Like I said, that's the part Rain Man in me. But if I had to ask everybody on this thread, and I want you to put the answer in the comment section. We're talking about the 75-year history of the NBA. 75-year history. If you had to guess a number, how many people you think actually played in the NBA?
You messed me up last time with that one.
On a roster, but and nobody's answer is wrong. So if you think it's a high number, or super. Just put the numbers in the thread.
Go ahead and put them in the
Like
chat right now. How many players have played?
Because I got the answer before last season. If you probably add 60 more, or even if you add 100 more with two-way deals. But
so go and drop that right now. Go and drop the number you think of players who played.
Max, King C, Justin, was that J Boy? Who else is with us? I don't know. Bernard and
hey, let me ask this question right here. All right, J Boy say, I seen your video on PJ Washington. What do you think of the LaMelo rumors with the pregnancy? Now, I will say this. I asked people who are in the Charlotte media camp. I don't know. I didn't ask him. I got a relationship with LeVar, but I'm not going to ask him no shit like that.
Hold up, not to cut you off. Come on, Kid Max. We being for real. Justin said 2,000. You really believe only 300 people in 75 years played in the NBA? Come on, Kid Max.
Come on, think about it. It's 30 teams.
Better than that, bro.
15 per
No,
roster,
not rotation. I'm saying you had an NBA deal, and you had a uniform, whether you was a bench warmer or not, you was in the NBA. But over 75 years, how many people you think played? Okay, Bernard said $5,000. Okay. Anybody else?
Again, 30 teams, 15 guys per roster, and then that's just off of game day one.
Right.
Let's think about the guys who slide in from the G League.
If Bernard Walker made it to the league, signed a 5-year, 24,000 King C. Okay, that's a good number. Okay. If Bernard Walker signed a 5-year deal to a team and they never played him in 5 years, guess what?
Count.
He still count. He was an NBA player. So I'm talking about count all those people.
Yeah, like count home run, Long Day from the Himalayan mountains.
All of them
count.
All of them. So Kid Max said 2,000 to 3,000. Okay, here's the real number. The start of last season, the very start of last season, that's with the draft, free agency, the whole nine. Only 4,703 players ever played in the NBA. And that's in 75 years.
I would have guessed 10,000.
So I say that to say it's without question the most exclusive group to get into. And because think about it, Cliff will tell you the college numbers, or I can tell you guys the college numbers. There's 250,000 kids every year that played varsity basketball that want to go on to college basketball. And only about 2,500 make it. Yeah, that's a good call, Justin. 10%, right. So that number with the NBA is even smaller because you got multi-year deals. Every team, every year, they only need like 1 or 2 guys. Exactly, Justin, exactly. It's just like winning the lottery. Exactly. So sometimes the basketball convos we all have, we sometimes get excited or we think it's so common and it's easy. Man, it's not easy, man. It's hard. I had a gentleman that you all from a basketball evaluation space could respect and appreciate by the name of Tom Kachowski. I actually he passed away last year. He's from New York as well. He's probably one of the most respected grassroots scouts ever. And I remember he was at the 5-star camp. This is summer of 94. No, summer of 96. No, 95. Summer of 95. And no, summer 94, because Stephon Marbury's McDonald game 95. 95. 94. Summer 94. He told us all at camp, you have a better chance of getting struck by lightning twice than making the NBA.
Facts.
To the amount of people that play basketball every single day around the world, because it's a global game now. It's just not relegated to the States. It's not relegated to North America or South America. It's relegated to the world. So the fact that you got a better chance of getting struck by lightning twice, and think about how close you come into contact with being struck by lightning. So if you're not in contact, your chances of getting struck by lightning raises when you put yourself in a space to be struck by lightning. Yeah. If you're not struck by lightning, that means you have no shot of getting struck, which means twice is not even the question, which means in a nutshell, you ain't got no way in hell making the NBA. Yeah. And of course, he didn't put it like that, but over time, that's how I computed. And to my people, that's how I related, and to make people understand that. So when we really see these kids get drafted, when they put themselves and they put the pain in to get to that level. That's why that's so real. That's why it's so real, because it's like it's hard, man. It's really, 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 really hard. And it hurts when you see young guys take it for granted.
Mm-hmm.
You hate it to see when the opportunities before them and they don't want it that bad. And it's like, it's tough.
Well, yeah,
So, that's a good call, Justin.
Yeah, and it's from a sense. It's from a sense where you don't understand the gravity of what's going on. Because I ain't gonna lie, man. When I became 6'4" when I was a junior in high school, I thought I was going to the NBA. And people was like, because in my area, so we talking about the lightning struck theory. In my area, 6'4" was tall as shit. So I was like exceptionally tall for my little area. So to them, it's like, dog, you this tall, you this athletic. Why are you not an NBA prospect? So me with my front on, like, oh man, I said this. It's just, I feel like such a clown. I went to my old middle school to a basketball game. I was like, give me 2 to 3 years. Just talking shit, big cap, whatever the people say these days. You feel me? So, but in a 17, 16-year-old mind, that's how reality was for me, not knowing that I have a better chance of walking outside in Houston, Texas, with a lot of rain, with a lot of lightning, to get hit by lightning than make the NBA. With me being an exceptional athlete and being tall. I end up being 6'7". But at the end of the day, 6'7" gets you Bruce Bowen privileges.
Right. Hey, hold up. Let me be clear. Bruce is my brother.
Yeah.
That's my man, 50 Grant. He was just here. He came to the John Lucas Be Elite camp. That is my man. So, like, we're laughing because to the average casual person, they don't know who Bruce is, and they scoff at what he did.
They'll scoff at
I
Bruce
think
Bowen.
me and Cliff understand, like, he was an intricate part to a championship, but it was a special fit. Had he not been there, we're not looking at Bruce in the same space. So, with all respect to him, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
before you go, let me say this too. Bruce Bowen, this is the same guy that was lightly recruited that faked out the coach at when you go to UC Bakersfield, or I believe he went
to Fullerton.
He lied to the guy saying, "Oh, I got this." He basically sent an email or some shit, like a message saying, "This guy here, Bruce, you gotta check him out." It was him who did it, because he understood to cook the books. Like, dog, 6'7" ain't special. 6'7" is not special. Nope. But he got an eye on him that normally would have not. And that's kind of my story, bro. Like, when I went D1, so I walked on the SFA. I got lucky. I went on to my the freshman orientation, and I went to the gym, and I happened to see the coach. Coach saw me. Of course, you see a 6'7" kid, you're gonna see what he about. Shook it up with him, like, oh yeah, we got University of Texas this year. You think you can handle that? Oh yeah, coach. In my old 18-year-old mind, I ain't no shit. And then he was like, yeah, just make sure you take Coach Bailey's basketball class, and man, we'll talk to you later. Fast forward 2 months, I took Coach Bailey class. He was assistant coach at SFA at the time. Shout out to Rennie Bailey. He played with Carl Malone at La Tech. I was killing dudes in there, and within a week, I walked on to the team. So that was my story starting off. I went, and then after SFA, I ended up quitting the team and shit, being a young, and I'll take that lumps, been dumb. I went to JUCO for 2 years. I did good, but my JUCO coach did not believe in promoting his players. Idiot. So what I did was I put my film out to everybody who would see it. I got Texas Southern, Sam Houston, Hawaii. Yeah, random ass school. Florida State, Texas, and PV. And of all those schools, PV bit. And I promoted myself and got myself to Prairie View. I got a scholarship. And we talked about Coach C, man. Shout out to Coach C, man. I hope you get through your issues. But that's how I got my scholarship at Prairie View, promoting myself. It wasn't just organic, just, beat the down door. This Cliff Frank's kid, he's the best. Nah, I put myself in position. So when Bruce Bowen told me he cooked the books, I'm like, yeah, that's how you got to do it sometimes, man. You got to
hold up. Let's address the elephant in the room. We hadn't, it's funny too, because we've spoken about Lonzo, we've spoken about LaMelo. We haven't gotten to Jello.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Listen, man. I just saw what King C said. It's not that Jello is still on the right path.
Facts.
Just understand that.
Facts.
I think he's still on the right path. But it's not going to happen when y'all all want it when I want it. It's not going to happen when he want it. It's God's timing is never wrong. I know people got excited for what he did this summer, and I'm not going to lie. That first game, he looked the part. But as that, and I was there. Cliff will tell you, I was right there.
You was there.
Front row. It didn't continue on. We can't be prisoners of the moment. We can't be running to box, because I literally had someone, because me and Cliff did a video. If y'all look at it, we did a video, and I was in Vegas. And somebody on the feed was like, oh, well, he shot 50% the first game, and he did the second game. But anybody who watched the game, y'all, you know that wasn't the same game. It wasn't the same game. It wasn't the same context. It wasn't the same feel, because think about it. In the first game, he had legitimate former pros that were in pro rotations that he was doing that against. He did that against Michael Fareed. He did that against Fareed. He did that against Emmanuel Mudiay. He did that against who else was in that game? It was somebody, because they had like 5 dudes.
Yeah,
that
Portland.
Like
it was Portland
NBA
team, right?
guys.
Yeah.
Oh, the dude Ellerby. These are guys that have played in games. And he shot it well. That was a good sign. The very next game, it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. And they look, when it's that minuscule, it's that small of a gap and the difference it can make. And I think timing is everything. Don't get it twisted. LaMelo comes out this year. He continues to have success. He's building leverage not only for himself, but now he can do what Giannis did. I need you to get my brother. Everybody always loves to make that comparison. Well, man, what about Giannis's brother? Man, Giannis' brothers is 6'10", 6'11".
Well, the Giannis is 6'4", I believe.
Well, the small one, yes. But the other one's a big dude.
The other one's a big-ass dude. Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are not everyday-looking dudes. Whether we all want to accept it or not, wherever you at in the Ball family support system, ecosystem, whatever. Truth be told, you can find another LiAngelo in high-level 24-hour fitnesses around the country. You can find that. You cannot find another just 6'10", cock diesel, rocks solid, can run. You can't find that everywhere.
That's fair.
So I think for him, this is a real sign state. I'm going to give y'all a real, I don't know if y'all can see it. I'm going to pull it up on my phone, though.
Hey, man, who giving y'all this? Why he looking this up? Who giving you this content? Hit the like button.
This is just
hit
from
the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat.
This was an own personal experience of mine. And it's on my Twitter feed.
NBA employee right here.
But this happened. I don't know if y'all can see it. Where we go. This happened. Can y'all see that? Oh, I'm tripping. Hold on.
A little bit.
Actually, I'm retarded.
Put it in front of the camera.
Okay, here we go. Can't see it. Now you can't see it. I wish I could screen share it. But I had an experience last year, and it was 2 days in a year from when I had the agreement with Phoenix. And last year was a bunch of people from the grassroots space getting NBA jobs. One guy got a job with Minnesota, another guy got a job with OKC. And I was devastated, y'all. I felt I did everything in the space that I occupied. You talking about I had over 180 schools that took my scouting service. Every school, no disrespect to the lower levels, because what I charge, a lot of people budgets, they can't afford it. But there was not a school that was not competing for a national championship that did not have my scouting service. Tony Bennett, first name. Bill Self, first name. Shaka Smart. Buzz Williams, you name them. Konzo Martin. They became my people in my family.
Don't cook, Dain.
They were all supportive of what I was doing.
Cook, Dain.
And I'm like, Coach K, Roy Wood, I got every blue blood, I got them. And I'm saying to myself, like, what else do I need to do? And I wish I could see the picture, because my boy, who's the associate head coach at UConn, his name is Kamani Young. We grew up together. Him and my brother's 5 years older than me. He played with my brother. My brother was his goon. That's family. He hit me out of the blue and was like, don't get off the course. Stay the course. This is just not your time. He told me the story how he had 11 jobs. No, I said it right. 9 jobs in 2011 were open in the New York City area. He got 1 interview. And in that interview, he was chastised. He was criticized about his past because he has a checkered past, and he is a college coach. He violated the law, but like he got more chastised than he actually got analyzed for the job. Other people didn't even call him back. And now here before you, he's at a major program like UConn, and he's the associate head coach.
That's dope.
So he's bound to be a head coach in a couple years. But I say all that to say he was trying to keep me straight. And I think for LiAngelo, it's just that. Like Cliff would tell you, I was critical about his look. Basketball is a whole lot about optics. He never looked the part prior to this summer. I ain't talking the tattoos, the braids. His body never looked the part. He was doughy looking. He looked like a sack of potatoes. He didn't have a curvature. No, pause. But I'm grown. I got kids, girlfriend, wife. Mistress. I got it all. I'm not worried about that. But I'm joking. But he never had the frame. I got it from John Lucas, and it was a great analogy that basketball players need to look like thoroughbreds. When you go to the Kentucky Derby, when you go to the Belmont, the Preakness, when you get to that final race or that race, them races in those lanes look like something. They don't look like they're going to the glue factory. They don't look like the Anheuser-Busch horses, Clydesdales out there. A thoroughbred has to look like a thoroughbred. And in LiAngelo's case, he didn't look like that prior to this summer. So when he came out, I think I still got the text. I hit Cliff. I said, he did one part right. He's looking the part. Then he got out there and he performed at a high level. That's what it got to be. Now, that first day performance, if he does it again next summer, it's got to be every game. But I think the fanfare and again, the following that they had, it's like a little small brush fire. That ecosystem comes and they throw gasoline on it. Then everybody's talking. And it's like, yeah, but he's got to keep working. Now, granted, you got one brother that just got 80 million or 100 million. And, more than likely he stays on the trajectory. LaMelo's going to get a max deal. He can just become their manager and live happily ever after. I don't know how much LeVar is going to push him because at that point they're going to be paid. They're going to be set as a family. But that perception and his look, if he can improve that and then can keep doing what he's doing and just stay the course. I mean, we got to remember, y'all, I don't think he's 25. He's still young.
Yeah, he's still young.
He's still young. So it's how bad he wants it. So he just got to keep going. He got to stay the course. We know the Southern California way. The marathon continues. And he just got to keep going. I mean, I think what really would be big is you get out of the brother's shadow, you go to another spot, and you try to make a team. But don't get it twisted. You use the leverage that you have. You talking about, LaMelo. No, he won't be. Well, will he be extension eligible? No, because Trey just signed his after year 3. So LaMelo still got 2 more years before he signs his extension. Now, how much does, LiAngelo want to keep pushing and fighting and the lower leagues? And, I think it's important. Okay, you didn't make somebody's vet camp. Yo, go make somebody's G League team. Like, stay in the system. Because the good thing that he has, he's not reliant on the money. He's not relying on, man, I got a baby mama. I got 2-3 kids. I got to go overseas. And not for nothing, when you go overseas, it's out of sight, out of mind to a certain degree. Because like Cliff said, unless you're in those major leagues, unless you're in Spain, you're in Italy, you're in Turkey, China to a certain level. Like, if you're not in those major leagues that have high-level NBA visibility, it's tough. You will go outside, out of mind. So that's why the G League for when you're really young is good because, yes, you got all NBA teams with immediate access to you and they can see you. But then now you kick in, well, what's the reality of me making it? Like, how many summers am I going to go to Charlotte and I don't have a chance to make it? I remember people were trying to pit, LiAngelo versus James Bouknight. It wasn't even, he didn't have no chance. You just took somebody top 10. You think we about to play this undrafted guy over the guy we just drafted? It don't work like that. It don't work like that.
No, that's facts.
So,
that's facts. I mean, because we want the best for LiAngelo. I mean, we really do. But one thing I try to pride myself on is being realistic. And being realistic. And I saw the comment about the PJ Tucker thing. Now, I know for a fact LeVar don't like this comparison, but I agree with it. So Justin says, what is Jello's ceiling if he does make a 3-and-D? Tucker Tice's a solid cat, but not very tall of a position. So I think LiAngelo has the body to be a little big man. And I think he has his basketball IQ is very high, very high. And I think to Malik Rose's point, that a lot of dudes don't have that. They got all this.
Here's the only thing, though.
Go ahead.
The pushback I give with the PJ Tucker call, though, is that was a gimmick system. That's only working if you play for Morey. You know, Houston is still carrying on a lot of the Morey ways. But look around the league, and we know what PJ did in Milwaukee, but they really didn't play small ball in Milwaukee because their front line was either Lopez or Giannis or Portis, Portis or Lopez. But you never saw Milwaukee playing PJ at the 5.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about that.
No. So what I'm getting at, though, is to be like PJ Tucker, I think PJ Tucker's an anomaly to a certain level and to a certain degree. But, and I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to crack any jokes. I mean, we've been serious and everything's been said in jest, but is LiAngelo that tough? PJ Tucker's tough.
I think he is. I think LiAngelo's that tough.
Hold up. What proof do we have other than your word?
Well, fair enough.
I hear what you're saying, but if we ain't got nothing that, he stuck his nose in on this, he did, like, we don't have anything to go off of. I know Kid Max was like, go down to the G League and kill it. That's one way to go about it.
Yeah, I'm with that.
That's one way to definitely go about it. Like, play the right way. But when you talk about that tough card, it's like, you want every tough, like PJ Tucker, and he know he gonna get cooked, whether it's AD, whether it's KD, he will take every tough assignment.
Yeah, well,
is Jello willing to do that?
Hold on. So I think he is because, again, spending extensive time with LeVar, I mean, he knows his boys, man. He really does. He knows his boys, and he's unapologetic about how they are. Now, I will say, in my opinion, he has a more inflated sense of reality with LiAngelo as far as how I assess him. He thinks LiAngelo is going to be the next, more or less a Klay Thompson type, like just give Jello the ball, he going to score. I necessarily see Jello as a guy with no ego who can shoot that thing at a high clip and don't mind getting messy. He don't mind getting messy. And I saw it in his summer league games where he'll get chippy. He'll go in there, use his body. You know what? And people not going to like this. In the JBA, I saw it. In the JBA, I saw him do his thing. And I get it. I understand it on the NBA level. That don't mean nothing to you. I understand that. No. I understand that. I understand that. I understand.
That's why it's like it's. So you do answer the question. No. I'm gonna give you credit. You answer that in the toughness answer. So I got that. But it's low key a false equivalence because how do you compare that to the NBA?
Well, because I seen LaMelo do the same shit in JBA when they said it don't count. I saw translatable skills that can still go NBA because let's be real, LaMelo was 17 playing in the JBA, and it's like, because he was averaging a triple-double, like 30, fucking like 12 and 10 or some shit like that. We don't even know.
Bro, I can't name not one more person that last name isn't Ball that played in the JBA. We don't know.
I can name many. Jordan Ray, Harrison Rieger. Jordan Ray, he played, he did really well in the Drew League. He played overseas. I forgot where. Another Curtis Hollis.
Curtis is from Texas. Curtis is terrible. I've known Curtis for very long.
Hollis can hoop, bro.
Curtis is terrible.
Hollywood Hollis can hoop, bro. Now, wait. We talking NBA level.
Wait a minute. Is he a wrestler? Is he a wrestler or is he a hooper? You talking about Hollywood Hollis?
No, you can't do that. There's another nigga who won. He played for UTSA. He was freshman of the year. Played in the JBA. You can't do that. I forget the gentleman's name, but he was freshman year at UTSA. Look the shit up. So
hey,
from
man,
2017,
keep it a stack. I don't think.
No. Fair enough. I mean, we're not talking about an NBA league. We talking about a league where guys can hoop. So let's compare it to normal high school talent. So when LaMelo was cooking in the JBA, he was facing talent better than he would face in a normal high school setting. How do we know that? When he went to Spire, so let's back it up. We played at Chino Hills.
Shout out to Tony Allen.
Hold on. Fair enough. I mean, you can have your opinion. I'll highlight the comment. You can have your opinion. But wait a minute, Cliff. No.
I'm gonna let you go. This is all I'm gonna say. Because you're gonna make me dig. You're gonna make me dig. And Kid Max said this. Kid Max did say this, and I said this before Kid Max. I'm gonna find the clip when we were talking about all three of them. And I said, not only you mentioned the part about shooting, we've both been on the same page with that. But I always felt he was the one that probably needed UCLA for all 4 years.
Well, yeah, I said
I'm gonna find that. I know I said that.
I'm on record to say that you won't know what LiAngelo Ball is until 4 years past high school. I'm on record to say that. So I'm not getting out of pocket. But what I am saying is to say that high school was because it's a twofold argument. People saying LaMelo needs to stay in high school. Oh, JBA, you can bullshit. Because in Chino Hills, we talking about Inland Empire, outskirts LA. Nigga, ain't no motherfucking competition out there. It ain't no goddamn competition out there.
True.
LA is where the real competition is.
Go ahead.
That's outskirts. So in a given year, when Lonzo, Jello, and LaMelo was killing at Chino Hills, they weren't playing no goddamn body.
Now,
that's
not fair to say.
Whoa. In the tournaments they were in, yes. But in natural, what they call it, not conference, district play, they're not playing no goddamn body.
No. But so to that point, to give context to that, that's where they got their rep. They went down to the City of Palms, the national schedule. It was all the national teams.
I'm with that.
So that's what they got. So no. So we can't make it seem like.
But that's not making them better. It just got them more exposure. Them niggas been playing up above their league since they've been little kids.
No. That's where I think we're disagreeing, and I don't think that's fair.
Well, it's not about disagreeing.
They were at Chino Hills. You're correct. Their district, their route at Chino Hills, it wasn't great. You're talking about that's a team with 3 pros on it, with Onyeka, Melo, and Lonzo. We got that. But they got their rep and got better when they went to all the national events that had they beat the Patrick School. That year they beat Thomas Jefferson out of New York.
But they were that good, and they was younger than them dudes. And they
No, this is Lonzo's senior year.
Well, no. Before then, they were still competing in these big tournaments.
They wasn't that good.
Well, no. So I'm saying their high school, they were doing this for AAU. So they didn't need.
What are you saying exactly? Let's get that clear. What are you saying exactly?
So
about Chino Hills experience.
The Chino Hills experience is, in my opinion, the most of shit they learned was when they was very young. So LeVar, this is straight from the goddamn ghost mouth himself, was playing them up 3 levels before they were age eligible. So they've been playing 16U basically since about 12, 13, and what have you.
So I'm gonna give you credit for that. Dwayne Broussard, assistant coach at TCU. Mm-hmm. He's a Willow Ridge alum. He's the one that recruited all of them to UCLA. He got Lonzo done. I was with him in Vegas, Bishop Gorman. This is when Vegas was, everybody know AAU with Vegas. It was the hot spot. And he had me in a gym watching them, nobody in the gym. And he said, yo, these 3 brothers are coming to UCLA. They're really good. The youngest got a chance to be the best. Right? So I got that part. But I think the part, and if LeVar told you this, he's correct, but it's also proving my point that the playing up aspect. When Lonzo was a senior, LaMelo was a freshman, correct?
Yeah, because he moved LaMelo up a year. He was supposed to be an 8th grader. He moved to
right. So that particular year, they were playing all the top competition in the country. That's when they were number 1 in the country.
They were number 1 in the country, but I'm saying their normal district that they play, nobody So what I'm saying also is their grooming up to that point of playing up their whole lives gave them most of their experience.
Yo,
Their
Tony,
way,
I'm rocking with Tony Allen.
you can rock with them. That's fine. I'm having like this is straight out of LeVar mouth of me sitting down talking.
No, because see, and I didn't even see
fine.
it. I saw the first comment, but Tony's I saw the second comment. The first comment is what I was going to say to you though, Cliff.
Okay.
Take the if your last name is Ball, take your name out of the equation. Who else from the JBA went anywhere?
Well, they actually had about 4 or 5 guys play overseas, and I can't think of the names off rip, but I named 3 who did.
Come on, bro.
But whoa. You don't know any of them because you ain't look up none of these dudes.
No, but
exactly.
but hold up. Here's my thing too.
Go ahead.
It's my job to know who can and can't play.
Well, it's also from a bias standpoint when you don't respect the league, so you're not looking none of them dudes up.
Not true. Now, I'm gonna give you a prime example. Not true.
Well, so, I'm telling you, 5 of them dudes played overseas, and you don't know none of them.
Everybody, and to a certain degree, this was LeVar's idea. They had, I guess, more capital. They ran with it, and it is what it is. But the Overtime Elite group that's based out of Atlanta, headed by Brandon D. Williams, great dude. They're doing some great things. Kevin Ollie's the head coach, national championship winner at UConn. His assistant coach is Dave Lato. He was a coach at Virginia, DePaul, a lot of great places. I say that to say, I know for a fact they got pro caliber talent. I will be making trips to Atlanta to see an Amin Thompson from Florida. It's 2 twins. Y'all heard it here. Amin and Azor Thompson. They're from Pinecrest, Florida, by way of Oakland. The dad is from Far Rockaway, New York. They got talent. So, like,
I'm not dismissing none of that.
While college coaches, shoe
about.
Brands alike don't respect the overtime path. Matter of fact, they got 2 kids from Houston, Cliff. They got Bryce Griggs and they got Tyler Smith. While people are not respecting the path, they're paying the kids this, that, and the third. But they got talent that is going to require NBA personnel to be there. So I'm saying that to say about the JBA, it never had talent. These people, you and I both know, we just spoke about Josh Gordon. They don't care where you at, bro. If you could play, you could play.
Well,
he ain't on the exempt list. Oh, commission, he ain't got to sit out no games. Hey man, run this 40 route. Oh shit,
it's more politics than that.
That's not. No. I'm not going. We're
gonna disagree there.
We're gonna disagree because I don't believe that. If you got talent, they coming, bro. They coming, bro.
No, because when you put the kibosh on shit and when you just not gonna recognize talent, because at the time LaMelo Ball, 5-star kid, got dropped down to no stars playing in that league, and when he was killing that league, top quote unquote talent evaluators were saying, "Yeah, we still don't know about this kid." You saw plenty on this dude. You saw plenty.
No. But here's the thing, Cliff. Why not respect what they're saying and ask questions? So when they say we still don't believe, why?
Well, because what they saying about him was not true. They saying that he don't like contact, which is untrue. He was a big guy who likes contact and he adjusts in the air. They were saying basically his defense was up to snuff, which is true. I'll go with that. And they also were saying he's not playing against anybody. So they're not giving real evaluation of what the kid can do when you just had him as a 5-star kid. You just had him as a 5-star kid. Now he's not even on the board.
That's another episode.
Go ahead.
That's another episode that I'm so willing to drop the bomb on when you're talking about the high school rankings in that system, because it's corrupt. It is corrupt. Like, that part of people's argument is real. Like, who you're playing against matters. I know what you're saying. And they didn't give the league a chance. We got that. But who you're playing against, it matters. Listen,
I'm with you.
As a scout,
overarching, I'm with you, bro.
Listen to me. If I see another African that resembles Thon Maker, and he goes to Pacific College, a la Michael Olowokandi, and he putting in all this work, I will double check, triple check, quadruple check my notes before I go to my boss and say, yo, they got a 7-foot at Pacific. Everybody named mama gonna look and say, Michael Olowokandi Jr. Like we doing this again?
I understand.
So, like, people have a hesitancy And of course, don't get it twisted. Some of it was how they felt about LeVar. You're correct.
A lot of
I'm
it
not
is how
leaving
they
that
feel
out.
about LeVar.
But what I think you have to do, you have to respect to a certain degree and say, we get he made this league for his kids, but who the hell are they playing against? And that matters, bro. It really does.
Fair enough. But if you have the foresight of knowing what the kid is, again, Jello is a 3-star kid. LaMelo's a 5-star kid. At the end of the day, let's strike everything from your perception of what you think the JBA is. You know that LiAngelo is a 3-star kid, and you know Jello is a 5-star kid.
Mm-hmm.
So you know they can hoop. Sorry. Dame Lillard goes, I mean, and I hate to do the anecdotal thing, but Dame Lillard literally was a 1-star kid, ended up going to the NBA. You know what I'm saying? And I remember, I tell my famous story. We played against Weber State when I was coaching at Prairie View. He didn't even start. He scored like 8 points that game. No, he didn't stand out to me at all. Only the fact that he was a black guard because they had all the white dudes on their team. NBA kid. So you understand that basically a development period occurs. The higher the ranking, you know that there's a curve that you're at the head of. So a 3-star kid is a highly touted college kid. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, we said that he should have went to college. We said that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. So I'm putting everything in context. I'm putting the right context. A 5-star kid is a guy who's going most likely to the NBA. Most likely, right?
No.
Most likely.
No.
If we talking star evaluations, a 5-star blue.
But to me, my reading, and I've never done the 5-star. No, because that's what I'm saying. The corruption on the men's basketball side, bro. You got coaches who, in their contract, they got perks like, yo, if I sign X amount of 4 or 5-star guys, I get an extra kicker. It's all a game, bro. No, but I'm saying it's all a sham because the rate that here's a clear example of something wrong with the system. There was a gentleman by the name of Nolan Hickman. He's from Seattle, Washington. Maybe he committed last April, not April of 21, but April of 20.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even before, no, it was before that. I'm sorry, it's way before that. Now I think about it, because he was a McDonald American. Why?
Okay.
Before he committed to Kentucky, this kid was ranked 105, 110. So good. If you're one of the top 110 kids in the country, like, you're good, right?
Mm-hmm.
To your point, 3-star, whatever. Nobody knew his recruitment. Nobody knew what was going on. Boom, kid commits to Kentucky. That kid went from 110 to 35.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, we was in a pandemic. Nobody saw him play. Nothing, so on and so forth. The next ranking after that kid was in the top 20. He was a McDonald American.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that kid can't play. But why all of a sudden his ranking changed because he committed to Kentucky?
Well, that's an anomaly. We're not talking about anomalies.
No, don't do that. Because I got several kids. Historically, I can show you where you commit and go to school, and you let those media outlets know your perception of who you are changes.
Understood. But let's look at future
That's
outcomes.
not what I'm getting at, though, Cliff.
Go ahead.
That's not fair. That's why when you say, yo, if you're a 5-star, you're a pro.
No, I said you're most likely a pro.
No, you're not.
You're most likely a pro.
You're not.
So let's put it to what we saying with LaMelo.
Thank you, Mike Benson.
Let's put it to, of course, politics and everything, of course. But we're talking about a kid, politics the same way, because you don't like the dad. You don't like the fact you took him out of UCLA's commitment. You put him overseas. You put him at Spire. Well, this is before Spire, actually. Spire, all of a sudden, he hopped back on the draft board all of a sudden. Not playing better talent, but let us move forward. Mm-hmm. So you got to accept the fact that a kid who was the NBA Rookie of the Year, you took him completely off the ranking system because you didn't like his path. You talking about some politics, that is at the highest clip of politics and not in the direction you're talking about. So we got to acknowledge both sides of the fence.
No,
when we talking about exactly LaMelo, we talking about exactly LaMelo.
Yes. So, Cliff, this is what happens. You get major pushback when you don't go a conventional route.
Of course.
So we can agree that LeVar went an unconventional route. We both know that.
Of course.
So when you don't go the route that they're expecting, of course, that's problematic. But I guarantee you, if he did commit to a UCLA or he committed to another school and tried to go to college, he would have had all the stars, all the things, and everything would have been fine.
Yeah, of course.
So again, I'm highlighting to you and showing how don't let these system of numbers and the politics that come with it, like it can fool you. That's why it's like if any of you guys, as much as we all have a passion and love for basketball, that if you have an opportunity to go out and watch a kid, go watch him. All I'm getting at, though, to you, Cliff, is we're not going to speak on a league because I think this is where we're saying something different. You're talking about LaMelo in the league. Me and Tony, we're talking about the league itself. The league itself.
I'm talking about the kids in the confines of the league, not the overall.
It wasn't it. Because
no,
Cliff, you're smart enough, and I respect you enough. I respect you enough, and you're smart enough that you know if them dudes was good in that league, you would know their name. You would.
No, not necessarily. I don't know high schoolers like that. I don't know high schoolers' names like that.
Bro,
I'm consistent with that.
You remember every nice dude you played against at SFA and PG.
I do, but me being detached, I don't remember these dudes' names. It would not change.
It wouldn't change.
No, I
don't know these dudes. You know every nice dude you played against overseas.
I currently do not know these high school dudes. I don't make it my point to know it.
Because you ain't seen them and played against them.
Exactly. But I understand high school basketball as it is.
No. So wait a minute. Now you're answering my question. So you don't know the guys now because you haven't seen them. But we're talking about the JBA. You said their guys were good. Well, who are they?
Well, again, when I was watching it, I knew the names. But it's been like, 4 years since the JBA has been going. I forgot the dude's name.
Bro, I can remember a lot of startup leagues.
But CBA, I knew high schoolers because I was playing high school. So those are my peers. So I remember them more vividly.
Kid Max, I know how many years it's been, Kid Max, but trust me.
Let me make it this way.
Where we used to have the USBL. And I remember Ant Mason's, Avery Johnson's, Lloyd Daniels that came through that league. Some people are too young to understand the USBL. So
I'm a UT fan. I can't name 5 dudes on UT football team right now. I'm not as invested. No, UT is doing well right now.
What do you mean? We don't know what they're doing under Beard yet.
We whooped the shit out of Texas Tech. We 2-1. We doing all right. We a good football team.
Yeah, you talking about football? You talking about basketball?
Yeah, I'm just saying the shit I'm invested in. I don't quite retain names like that sometimes when I'm not fully.
Cliff, I think it's common. I think it's just not common knowledge, but it's just a natural thing. When you see something, and you don't have to be vested, but when you know something is nice, like prime example, and I'm not invested in track and field, but I know that white boy that went to straight Jesuit that was fast as lightning.
I don't know.
I know that. I can dig enough to say, hold on, man, there was a white boy that went to straight Jesuit about 2 years ago. He was one of the fastest.
I gave you 4 names from the JBA, though, so I can't name every last cat on there. But I gave you 4.
You didn't give me one name.
I gave you Jordan Rieger. I gave you Curtis Ray.
And I told you those guys couldn't play.
So according to you, that's fair enough. But you said I can't name names. I name names. So you can't say I didn't name names. To you, you can say that you don't think they're that nice. No problem. But you can't say I can't name names.
Hold up. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm the end all be all if they're nice or not. But their progression in the space would dictate if they were good or not.
Well, again, I seen them play in JB. I seen them play in the
like when
league.
You said, hold up, when you said I had Curtis Hollis on the EYBL, you felt he was good, bro. These are
I say he can hoop, bro. So we talking about him compared to your average high school hooper.
Semantics of what you said, okay, whatever. But
he can hoop.
No.
Yeah, he can hoop.
So then
is he an NBA prospect? No.
If he can hoop, where is he now hooping? He's not.
He just hooping in the Drew League.
See, Cliff, you taking it there, man. Come on, Cliff.
Take it there.
Cliff, you going Cliff.
Because we comparing it to
that's
average
not a bar.
Nobody.
That is
average
not
nobody
a bar
high school.
You can play.
The average nobody high school is we comparing that to though. So because people say, stay in school. No. All right, go ahead.
Because
like
what division was MacArthur in when you was in high school?
MacArthur.
Like it's what 6A what? You know,
who's
y'all
MacArthur?
got that. Who?
Who's MacArthur?
The high school you went to.
I went to Eisenhower, bro. What you talking
Eisenhower,
about?
my fault.
Boy, you out of there, boy.
Hey, man,
Look.
I made a mistake. I can own that.
No, MacArthur, I ain't got all right, fair enough. All right, go ahead, bro.
No, but like, where's it at? Like 6A, you know, y'all be having the numbers 25.
It's 6A now.
6A. When you're saying a kid that's good enough for a Division I scholarship, or he goes off to school, that kid can play in the Drew League. Like playing in the Drew League, like to use the Drew League as an out is not fair because all you got to do is have a relationship in the Drew League to play with.
Fair enough, but you still got to hoop. It's like
no.
It is literally D1 hoopers,
bro. We can pull box scores. We can pull box scores from the Drew League. Mm-hmm. That kid has not been a factor in the Drew League.
Not with wins, but he was
getting buckets. I'm talking about hooping. Like to your point, just hooping, getting buckets.
He won like player of the week. What you talking about? He won player of the week.
They play one game a week.
But he won player of the week, Dane. So what's the metric?
So wait a minute. So
what's the
I'm making sure I'm getting this logic correct. He won player of the week, but he played one game.
That's the metric of what they evaluate of the guys who played in a week. He played well.
Family, what I'm getting, family, what I'm saying,
what did he do in the Drew League? In the Drew League.
No, family, what I'm getting at is that's not a good metric. That's not a good. That's a
so
flawed
what's the metric then? What's the metric?
Not the Drew League.
What's the better metric?
A better metric is prime example. Rashad Taylor, shout out to my boy. We went to Hampton together. Rashad, me and him, who he's in motherfucking intramurals. He come try out. He make the team. He make the team. We both hooping 4 years. We go off after college and we're playing professionally somewhere. That's a metric. But to say somebody playing in a summer league that plays once a week and we're trying to say, well, this is what he's doing after JBA, that's not a good metric, bro.
No.
You know that.
You asked me what's the metric to evaluate him in the Drew League. So I only can go on.
No, that's not what I said.
Of the Drew League.
What is he doing after JBA?
You said that's what we were talking about. You said what he doing in the Drew League.
No, I said, what did he do? I said, we cannot name somebody. You named Hollis. I said, I had Curtis Hollis. You said, well, man, he playing good in the Drew League. I said, the Drew League is not it.
Hollis and I named Jordan Ray.
So where is he?
He played overseas. I forgot what I mean. I'm on my phone, so I can't look the shit up. I don't have the advantage of looking over there. Curtis Rieger played overseas. Jordan Rieger played overseas, white boy.
Thank you, Mitchell. Shout out to Mitchell Montgomery. It's hard to give an assessment of talent on one game.
Well, I'm not evaluating on one game. Though.
Well, no, you said he got player of the week. You had the nerve to say that. Like,
no. I've been to several Drew League games to this like 10 minutes from my house. I'm just saying when he got an accolade so you can have a earmarker of what he did.
Thank you, Justin. Justin said it. You can't compare the JBA to a different league with different metrics.
I can compare the JBA to high school basketball, the average high school basketball easily. High school basketball, no. Inland Empire basketball is not good. And that's why the Ball brothers stuck out because they were Southern California boys, quote unquote, but not LA kids. Because there ain't no goddamn good basketball in the Inland Empire. Everybody fucking knows that out here. Everybody knows that.
That's not true. Because Ato got all them Compton Magic kids. No, that's not true.
Compton is not the Inland Empire.
You didn't hear what I said.
Compton is Southern California. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
The Compton Magic program.
I'm talking about the high schools. Not the AAU with the culmination of the best where you're cherry picking them.
No, you're missing what I'm saying.
All right, go ahead.
The majority of Atope's kids from the Compton Magic come from the Inland Empire is what I'm saying.
But not from the same school. So they're basically cherry picking the best out of there. But on their own natural teams, that's not a lot of competition, Dane.
I mean, I don't know. Because again, we're looking at it differently as well again. Because you're knocking the Inland Empire, but I'm telling you, the Ball family, they didn't get their rep off the Inland Empire. They got their rep taking their shit on the road against national.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But the bulk of their games came against IE teams.
No.
The bulk of their games.
No.
Yeah, that's in their district.
You're not hearing me, bro. Chino Hills hit #1 way before they got the district play. That's what I'm saying. They didn't get it from a development They didn't get it off of playing district play. When they came back from City of Palms in Florida, they was #1 in that's late December.
I understand that. And that's where you
and Theo got a good
value.
point too. Ain't no 21-year-old high school players either now. Don't do that.
Shit, Gerald Green was 20.
Theo.
Gerald Green was 20 at Gulf Shores.
He wasn't 21.
He was 20. That's old as shit.
My man said 21. We all know them dudes was old. But again, if you felt, and then it's wild because that whole setup for the JBA, bro, like I seen it. Shout out to my man, Chris Johnson. I know he was working with Chuck O'Bannon and them with that league. Like, bro, that wasn't it. They was just hooping. Let's call it spade.
According to you, that's fine.
They was just hooping.
So
we're not going to compare just open gym in random cities with the camera.
According to you, but the same faction of people were saying during the time that LaMelo and Jello were not getting real reps, and they were saying that they didn't play nobody, and you said you can't. You said you can't evaluate them from that shit, and you obviously could, Because one ended up being the NBA Rookie of the Year. So I'm not trying to hear that shit.
No. But see, no. This is where the remix comes in. With again, many of you and the ball ecosystem. This is what your remix is.
No, I'm not even big.
Don't for 1 second act like he went from the JBA straight to the NBA. It was a whole bunch of stops in between that.
No, he just went to one place. What? He went to Spire. And then he went to Australia, and that's it.
Oh, okay. No, first you said one, then you just gave me two.
You're right. Right.
When did they go to Lithuania?
He went to Lithuania before the JBA.
Okay, so it was Lithuania, JBA, then you went to fucking Australia or Spire, then you went overseas. Bro, that's a whole lot of jumping.
Okay, but it's going on a linear path.
But wait a minute. It's the 2 stops prior that got more to do with them being ready than fucking the JBA.
Well, okay, I'll explain to you. When he played in the JBA, that's when he developed his game at the highest clip because he became more than just so if you remember at Chino, LaMelo was more just a straight scorer, shooting from half court. He didn't really have anything resembling defense. He didn't really have a pass game to him yet. He just was basically a sideshow, just scoring his ass off, cherry picking, shooting from deep. That was LaMelo Ball. And I put this in hoop jargon. When he played against Zion in that summer league that year, I was like, I don't like LaMelo like that. This is documented. So when I saw him play in Lithuania, he put more in his game. He started being more of a facilitator like his brothers are, like he'd been taught to play his whole life. And then with the JBA, he put all that shit together. Then they went on the JBA international tour.
No, I totally disagree. It was when he got.
You can disagree if you want to. I said all this.
Hold on, I do my ball homework too. LaMelo was on record of saying when he got with Jermaine Jackson, that's why Jermaine is still close with him. I think he's his personal trainer. When he got with Jermaine Jackson at Spire, that's when things started to change.
No, I saw it before then, though. Okay. And I said this.
See, I don't like that. No. When you quoted LeVar, when you quoted LeVar, I didn't refute it.
No,
I didn't refute it.
You can look at this on my channel. I put this out in 2018 when he was in Lithuania. I put on my channel, I was like, he is impressing me because he can facilitate too. And this was way before Jermaine Jackson. So you can use that talking point if you want to. I said this before he even knew who Jermaine Jackson was. Because watching him play. So I'm not letting you have that sound bite and run with it. When you
quoted, and anybody can go back in the 3 hours.
Go look at my video, 2018 on my stream.
When you said something that you got from LeVar, I didn't
say shit I got from LeVar. I'm saying what I saw when I didn't know who LeVar was.
Bro, on this interview here, you mentioned quotes from LeVar, and I said, I got you. It's not a bad thing. All I'm saying is,
no.
I'm taking a quote from LaMelo himself.
I'm taking what I saw before he even knew who Jermaine Jackson was. I said this on my channel.
LaMelo or you?
It's on my channel.
No, you didn't hear what
document that before he even met.
So wait a minute. So LaMelo is lying on himself?
No, he is bigging up his trainer.
Oh, Dain, wait a minute. You think he would rather big up his trainer than his father?
No, I'm not saying whatever you want to attribute it to. I'm saying when I saw him change when he played in Lithuania. And I said that before he even thought of Jermaine Jackson.
Hold up. Theo B got another great point. He talked about the help he got from Aaron Brooks in Australia.
Aaron Brooks played like 2 games. He got hurt.
Family. That doesn't mean he didn't learn from him.
Get the hell out of here. Stop it. No.
Wait a minute. That doesn't mean he didn't learn from him.
I'm not saying he didn't learn veteranship from him, but He got hurt so quick in the season. Get the fuck out of here. No.
Bro,
no, we ain't doing that.
All I'm saying is this.
No, we ain't doing that.
All I'm saying is this.
No, sir.
The path that the young fella went, who came from that path is unknown. Like, we need names. We can't figure out no names. At the end of the day, people look at what he did at Spire.
No, you don't get to do that.
Hold on. I'm just going by what I'm saying. They looking at what he did at Spire. They're looking at what he did in Australia. That had more of an impact because guess what? He was a pro when he came back.
Hold on. Hey, let me address this cheerleader, Mike. You know, like I know, you know nothing about basketball. So go and get your cheerleader pump wearing ass on somewhere and let us talk real shop. Because Dain, you know I respect you, bro. You know I respect you all the way. But Mike don't know shit about basketball. He's trying to hop on here trying to have you cheerlead. Man, get
Mike,
your ass on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop a link. Mike, get your ass on here and talk. Let's talk some shop. Because you know goddamn well you can't keep up with this conversation. But no, so what I'm saying is before he even met Jermaine Jackson, I'm on record. My words are on record before he met him when I saw the change in his game when he was about pushing the ball up quicker. And I was like, damn, okay, that's pro-level translatable skill.
Nope.
You hear me, bro?
I get you.
Yeah, my girl just called me shit. No BS. That's when I changed my opinion about LaMelo because I was indifferent on him, to be frank. Now I'm you know me, I'm gonna support the kids, but I'm indifferent because I was indifferent because I just didn't see enough. But when I saw him start kicking the ball up, when I started seeing him kicking the ball up, and then everybody started saying, "Oh, you was on the B team in the Baltic League. Nobody respects the Baltic League." I'm like, okay, fair enough. But I see something in him that's translatable for NBA skills. And I said this on my stream. This is before Jermaine Jackson became an equation. So I'm just giving you.
So Cliff, but what you're saying, I'm not at all questioning what you said. I'm not. I'm not. And the timing of it, I'm not saying that. What I am saying though, and also what kind of makes sense, when that kid returned from Lithuania, he was a full-fledged pro. He was never not a high school kid anymore. Pro personnel was not following him around at the JBA. They weren't. When he got to Spire, when he went overseas to Australia, people started engaging with him. I'm just keeping it a stack. So the totality of how you view the JBA and you think it's of some grand importance, respectfully, it wasn't, bro.
No, what I'm saying
Spire time. It was definitely when he went to Australia because now it's in front of people. Now it's we might have to draft this dude.
No,
that's when it got real.
I'm saying it's better than high school, and I'm saying that it was a good step stool to him developing. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing beyond that.
No, I mean, bro, if you're 21, it should be better than high school. It should.
Exactly. So with him playing, he played in a better situation than a normal high school.
If they got 20 and 21-year-old people in that league, that's 24-hour fitness. That's not high school.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. Watching the talent, watching the bodies.
The average high school group got 17, 18-year-old kids, 16 to 18-year-old kids. That JBL league had the average of 19 to 21-year-old kids. Of course it should be better.
Okay, so it's better. So what we talking about?
But it wasn't.
It was.
That's
better.
My point.
It's better than your normal high school experience. Yes, it was. I'm sorry. I'm standing on that. And then JBA International, when they played against international teams, which LaMelo played half the season, that was definitely better than a high school experience. Not even close.
Disagree. Because what's so wild is like for a league,
especially a public school,
taking out the origins of the creator and his kids. The fact that like you don't even have no points of reference to look at to say, yo, he came from this league. He came from like you just telling me, yo, dudes overseas. I don't know who you could be talking about.
So what are you comparing, IE district for the Chino Hills district? What are you comparing it to?
Because no. Because what I said to you was they got their rep up and their status before.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what a season would look like and them going forward and playing the JBA.
Oh no, you know what's so crazy? I'll get them on record whenever we play them and rap with him about it. Bro, I know for a fact he will say that Chino experience, that national schedule they played was better than that JBA shit.
I'm talking
Without
about
question.
what he had coming past the Lonzo era of what was coming.
Bro,
past,
you know what's crazy? They played, matter of fact, an actual teammate, because Nick Richards is with Charlotte. Bro, they played against pros in that schedule. Go back and look at that schedule.
Again, those are the traveling games they had. I'm talking about their district, which is the bulk.
You can't do
that.
The
bulk
Don't do that.
of their schedule.
Don't do that.
They're not seeing that level of talent.
Family, Cliff, it's equivalent to Gonzaga. Gonzaga plays a monstrous non-league schedule to say that we're Gonzaga and we're good. They go to conference play. They're playing San Diego. They're playing Reno. Well, not Reno. Shit, Reno not even a league. They're playing St. Mary's. They're not playing nobody.
Of course.
So it's the same thing. Chino Hills played a national schedule against monsters, against All-Americans, against pros. When they got to the Inland Empire, you're right, it wasn't a good league, but that didn't take away that we proved to you we're good.
Okay, so the trade-off is when you're playing against older guys who played college ball and what have you, when you got a league that has a precedence that's never been done, when all these games are being streamed, getting hundreds of thousands. You know, I documented every game in the group. They were getting hundreds of thousands of streams, so you get exposure. And them guys going out there doing what they've been known to do already. Let's give it credit. When they had all three brothers, that was the apex of probably with the competition exposure that they've seen. I'll give you that. But
so
when
we
talk
just spent
about
the last 45 minutes you arguing that JBA is better than high school.
It is. The normal high school experience, absolutely. I stand on that.
But Cliff, this is why it doesn't make sense what you're saying, because we both know and can agree the JBA experience is not regular. The high school national schedule that Chino Hills played wasn't regular. So therefore, we can't turn around and put it in this kicker cutter box of, well, it's better than the regular schedule. At the end of the day, in JBA, he never played against another pro. He never played against another NBA caliber.
I go with that. He never played against a pro. Fair enough. But
so right there alone,
talent he saw
wait a minute.
Was
right there alone, their Chino Hills experience was better than the JBA.
No, don't agree.
Wow.
Don't agree. Now,
see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I've been going through the last 7 years.
No, and I'm the same guy who told the group that LaMelo Ball was going to be a pro when it was laughable. It was laughable when I was saying it. And I told y'all off rip. So you can play that game. See, now me and Dain get to where me and Dain be. That's why I love Dain, because me and Dain can do this. So when I was saying this shit, I told y'all wait in 2 years and you're going to see. And everybody laughing at me. Everybody saying that you just a ball hugger, ball stand. I was like, no, wait till you see that boy going to do. And he basically, I ain't going to lie, he exceeded what I saw for him.
True.
And I think, so let's put it back in context. I mean, LaMelo, it's not even a conversation. That's not a conversation. What I'm saying about what Jello is, I'm down with what you're saying, that the PJ Tucker route, I'm with that for him, because he just don't have the cachet. He don't have the twitch. He don't have the whatever that's going to get him on a NBA roster at such a high clip than his young and older brother. So I'm with you on that. But the context I'm laying is that the route they went, it wasn't bad for them. It just was unconventional, but it wasn't bad.
I guess we disagree because, again, I always felt for Jello, fuck you stealing for? Like, that was stupid. But
yeah, it was stupid.
He should have stayed. He should have paid his penalty, stayed at UCLA. I mean, shit, you went against all your other father rules. He didn't want no tattoos. You look at him now, he looked like Travis Barker. Like, he should have took his ass back to UCLA and, paid his debt to society, dealt with it, and go. Kenzo Brown of Chicago Ballers was the first to go pro from JBA. Where's Kenzo Brown? Let me look and see what Kenzo Brown's at. That's a good name. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I talked about Hollis Dex earlier. Hollis playing overseas.
Hollis is terrible.
Yeah, Hollis can hoop, bro.
Hollis is not playing overseas either. And it's Curtis with a C, not a K. He ain't no gangbanger.
See, now you getting petty.
No.
You're petty.
Somebody go look up Curtis Hollis. You don't
petty
find
confetti.
It. It's Curtis with a C.
Petty confetti, sir.
Hold on.
You're a petty young man.
Kenzo Brown.
You're a petty young man.
Born in 99. Oh, he went to Simeon with my man Rob Smith. That's my man.
Petty confetti, sir.
Spice mental.
So I like the real Danes out in hour number 3 because this is how me and Dain go back and forward about these kind of subjects, and I like that y'all get to see this. This is dope.
Hold on, he was sidelined hospital with mental health issues and multiple. Oh, at Simeon. He drew interest from Chicago State. Eventually committed to play for them. Dropped his college plans. Turned pro Chicago Ballers in the JBA Association.
You say Melo will be a Mario Ellie.
Oh, damn. Some guy shot.
I'm not against that Mario Ellie comparison. See, now here's the thing. I know LeVar don't like those kind of comparisons, but I mean, and LeVar know how I am. I'm a straight up and down dude. I don't hate that comparison.
Hold on, wait a second.
Go ahead.
Tell your man this is a false equivalency.
Okay.
Like the Kenzo Brown, he played, but homeboy didn't been shot. He didn't play after
You said homeboy been shot? God damn.
No, he was shot.
Well, Chicago, that makes sense.
Illinois Bulldog, the ABA. He didn't play in the ABA. Joined a team in China. China's Wild Ball League. So that ain't even the main league. Come on, bro. This is not good. March 2019, Brown was shot 5 times outside a store in south side of Chicago. After the shooting, Brown's father started his own ABA team, Chicago Angels. Come on, man. Stop.
That's words, not mine.
Dexter is good reference point, but that wasn't a good example because that, like, when we say like from the league, I'm trying to think of somebody who won a unconventional route and was a pro, like, and this is like serious away from the ball thing. Like when people are pros, y'all, like it's not much you got to do. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. The draft is working on like it's 6th year now in a row where a high school kid who was All-American did not go the conventional route and they were still drafted. You had Emmanuel Mudiay did it. He went to China. Oh man, what's the other kid? He was from Oklahoma. He played with Mudiay too. Terrence Ferguson.
Big man. No. He was
a wing. Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson worked out in Dallas for a whole 8 months. Didn't do nothing. Was still drafted.
Too. Jeremy Tyler.
No, Jeremy Tyler's not a good example because I'm talking about NBA people. Jeremy Tyler tried to go pro as a junior, and we never really heard.
He went to Japan or some shit, right?
Yeah, he went to Japan. I'm talking about in the last 6 years, though. These are like in a row. These were guys that were picked. My man, that's with
OJ Mayo. Not OJ Mayo.
No, not OJ
I'm thinking
Mayo.
about Brandon Jennings.
Brandon Jennings is one. What's my man?
They're the same person to me.
What's my man, the lefty from OKC? And that's my man too. He's from Ohio. He's from the Cincinnati area. He's with OKC. He's a lefty. Damn.
I don't know that name.
Yeah, you do. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now. OKC.
Hey, I'm glad y'all rocking with this. I didn't plan this to be a 4-hour stream. y'all down with the discussion, but that's why I like talking to Dain because me and Dain don't have yes man conversations.
Darius Basil. This is a dude that bro, he did a whole internship with New Balance in Boston.
Okay.
Still got drafted. First round.
RJ Hampton.
RJ Hampton. That's another one.
But no,
exactly.
I don't know how we missed that one.
RJ Hampton. So it's like bringing it back to the ball space, and their time is in this window. If these guys were who they were, you didn't have to do all that, bro.
Yeah, you do. If you go against conventional, yeah, you do.
No, I disagree. Like, we got the proof.
If you go against conventional shit, and well, hold on, none of them had a boisterous dad who was in the media. Like
Rod Hampton wasn't?
Huh?
But Bernard, please tell him about Rod Hampton, please.
No, I know RJ Hampton daddy was like that, but let's be honest. Was he on Fox Sports 1? Was he on ESPN? No,
because that was put in front of him.
No. But perception is reality. So when you are basically a mover and shaker where you on the most premium national sports syndicates, that's different than a guy who's just a helicopter daddy, quote unquote. We all know helicopter parents.
My
kid Grady Green,
one
his
question.
mama was a helicopter parent. Everybody knows these parents been that's not new.
Wait a minute, Justin Singleton. That's not that too is a false equivalence because Pat Beverly played at Arkansas, so it's not. He went to Russia because he had to go to Russia.
So
he
like
wasn't. He wasn't that
because he had to after getting drafted.
He had to. We're talking about people.
I'm with you on that.
We're talking about people who are choosing an unconventional way from the jump. Cliff believes you have to play. I'm explaining to him there are examples where guys they didn't do so. Mitchell Robinson literally was working out every day in Dallas. Every day. Nobody's league, he got drafted. And I just said with Darius Basil, he was in Boston doing an internship with New Balance. They didn't even know if that kid went to the gym every day. Got drafted. So like when we're trying to now say, well, now LeAngelo and them had no, because they're seen enough, they're evaluated enough in the high school spaces, people will take that time. And it don't take long.
Talk about what are we arguing now?
That you saying the unconventional route, you gotta play.
When you go to when you go the unconventional route, you
go the unconventional route and being a pro, you gotta play. That was your comment.
No, I'm just saying that it just shows that you have the aptitude to play. I'm not saying you have to be in the shit.
So, bro, why is a man doing an internship and he didn't play at all? He got drafted in the first round.
What are we talking about?
Darius Basil is a first round pick. He didn't play.
He didn't play. I'm not arguing that. I don't know how that came into the discussion.
No, because I'm trying to figure out when you're saying that you have to show you have an aptitude to play. No, that's our job to find that out way before when.
Well, yeah, but then other factors come into play. I mean, you're not guaranteed shit, no matter if you whatever. But there are predictors that certain guys go pro and certain don't. Now, that doesn't mean you guarantee that.
No, but when you have a certain level of talent, you don't need all that. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, you do. Sure, you do. Because like I'm saying with LaMelo, being a obvious number one guard in LA, I'm sorry, in California at the time, falling off the board. Right? When you went against the conventional method, falling off the board completely, when you're basically an unranked prospect, which you know is some bullshit, and your only goddamn offer was from Alabama A&M. Come on now, let's be for real.
Bro, and I just told you, it's not a fair comparison because you're talking about a high school system that's I can tell you every system who they're tied to. ESPN is tied to Nike.
I'm sure you can.
All Nike players, they're going to be ranked high on ESPN. When you go to Adidas, you're going to be high on 24/7, or you're going to be high on Rival. Under Armour players, you're going to be high on another one. So when you're saying that, but that's only linked to high school and college. So when you're trying to, that's why when you said that comment about, well, yo, if you're a 5-star, you're a pro. That's not.
No, I said it is high chance you're a pro.
No, and that's you're a pro. So that right there is the disconnect for you because they don't have anything to do with professional level anything. I'm telling you from experience, bro. Like if you ever see a kid, and you probably can look at it in football too, just because what they're ranked in high school has nothing to do with the pros.
I'm saying that's a high predictor, bro. I'm not saying you're guaranteed the pro level, but that is a very good predictor.
Trust and believe. If I go back and when Cade Cunningham was a senior, count how many guys were 5-star, and it's probably like 40, probably close to 50. Bro, ain't a lot of them kids gonna be pros.
So let's compare it to every star level. Do the 5-star produce the more pros in your opinion? Out of every star affiliation,
I would have to look at it because here's why. And you mentioned it earlier with Dame Lillard. It's within the individual to work. You never know why somebody is ranked as low, especially where they go to school. I just told you the shit about the kid committing to Kentucky. He went from like
Dang, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying if we talk.
No, but I'm saying the system that you're going by is flawed. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough. But we talking about results. Do guys at that level get the higher propensity to go pro? Is all I'm talking about. That's all my point was.
I gotta look at it because I'm not gonna say I'm not sure. I don't know.
Man, I want to bring some people up, man. This shit turned to a goddamn hell of a debate. That's why I love bringing you on, bro. And I want y'all to know, man, me and Dain do this all the time. But it's usually via words on like the keyboard. Now we actually get to verbalize this shit. And I love it because I respect the shit out of Dain. And I'm not no person to tell Dain he wrong, obviously, working for the Phoenix Suns, as of Monday. But there's certain things that I think that people, us in the YouTube streets, that we see that there are crevices in the overall spectrum that y'all miss sometimes. And I'm saying y'all because you part of the machine now. Sorry, homeboy. You part of the machine now.
Hey, we don't look at none of that shit, man.
I mean, like
Justin asked a good question. He said, my question is star level system for then? Yes. That is, Justin, yes. Justin just answered your question.
What did he say?
He says, is it star level for the time being, or is it to take an account for the future? It's for the time being. It's what they are at the high school level. Like, no pro personnel has input, say whatsoever on what somebody's ranked in high school. Because look, I can go to some classes where a bunch of people were 5-star and they never had a chance to be a pro.
Fair enough.
They never had a chance.
Again, the caveat is, okay, so what is the barometer for guys who are not 5-star? So if we gonna challenge it that way, no problem.
Hold up, Slip. That's your answer to eye test. Because now that I got the question clear, Cliff, for real, I can go on record too saying more 5-stars don't make it than they do. So does that mean
okay? So how if there's 40 4 and 3 stars and 2 stars though?
No, hear what I'm saying.
If the margin of failure is lower, my point stands firm.
No, it's not. It's not margin of failure, because think about it. If you're a 5-star and 3 make it, and 3 make it from the 4-star, but it's more 4-star kids, well, shit, they got the same amount of pros.
Well, and that would be tangible evidence to disprove my point. Of course, yeah.
But that's why I'm not going to do you like that, because that's not even.
No, you should do me like that. I'm gonna ego. I want you.
Yeah, because it's not. That's why I'm saying it's a flawed system. That's why you can't bank it on, man. It in theory, what you're saying would make sense. I'm only giving a kid a 5-star if he's a pro, because like now it's got.
Well, it ain't based on Dain's system. It's based on the system as in place.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm going off for. I'm not going off Dain's personal 5-star.
But to your point, and to any follower that's listening to what we're saying, it's irresponsible to just think, yo, he a 5-star, he gonna be a pro. That's what I'm saying.
I never said that. I said it is a higher propensity to be a pro.
I don't even think it is. It's not.
I think it is. Until you disprove that, then I will acquiesce, because obviously you know it better than me.
No, look, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I wouldn't even say that, because there's a larger group of 4-star or 3-star guys, so there's a greater chance that they got more shots at it. If I'm limiting the group,
I just want to know the actual data. If you're gonna dispel my point. I just want to know the actual data if you're going to dispel my point, because I think there's something that we all can understand as laymen, as it were, that the star system, obviously, we've been sold watching sports our whole lives, that there's some merit to that. Now, if you want to debunk that, debunk it. And I'll listen to it all the way, because I want to break the story on the shit, to be frank with you.
Oh, nah, we can sit up, Ghost Ride. I give you all of the people that make it flawed, and what, like, bro, it's just bad.
Nigga, I'll break that shit up. So I'm not talking in bad faith, bro. I'm really not.
No, I'm not either. It's bad, because when you look at the system 24/7, the people from 24/7 came from the people who sold rivals. And again, this is big business. They sold it for $100 million.
Damn.
So when they took that bread, they doubled back and made another system. Well, now in this system, and let's just look at we got Justin, Kid Max, Rashawn, Mitchell here. Like, they all got a fan base that they're loyal to. Mitchell loved Auburn, Kid Max loved Texas, Justin loved LSU, Rashawn loved Hampton.
That's fair.
Whomever you're going to school or that's recruiting you, Cliff, if it's the LSU's, Texas, Kentucky's, I'm going to do more articles on you, because of all the people I just named. They pay money to hear these inside stories.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
So now it becomes a business that, well, damn, I got 50,000 UK fans loving Kentucky Blue They want to hear the latest. So your story and your content is going to cater to your audience. Oh, wait a minute. But on the West Coast, I got UCLA. I got a little 30,000. And bro, the packages that these loyal fans pay, that's when I'll be breaking down the science of the HBCU can never catch the PWI because there's so many lanes and levels of streams of income that HBCUs are not even hip to yet. And the gap will always stay the gap.
Hey, and this is why these conversations need to happen in an open space. Because I talk to, I cover HBCU on my channel, but we got to understand how far lapped we are in this shit so we can get in the game. We got to be able to get in the game. And the only way you can get in the game is get the honest truth. The honest truth is you're so far behind, you don't understand. So I like people covering Deion, covering Jackson State.
Facts.
That's just step one of getting the general public to care about the product. So then you got people who movers and shakers who can manipulate polls and ranking systems and what have you. I had my boy King Outer Cavill. He does the HBCU rankings, and it's his system based on the people he deals with, and that is the governing body over HBCU rankings. Right. So to your point, you're absolutely right. And I just wanted to kind of understand that the consensus that we say at ad nauseum, where does it come from? So we can understand the baseline, understand the bias. Right. And then when you go against it, how they take you away. So it's a big story all the way through. And I think that this conversation is so important so people can get context for this whole thing.
No, to answer Rashad's question, because he asked how many kids get a star, period. So some rankings, like when you're a senior, they go to like 150, some go to 200, some have gone to 300. In a normal year, your 5 stars are like 1 through 30, 35 to about 80 or 4 stars, 80, 85. And then that 80, 85 to about 125, maybe like 3-star. And then 125, of course, it gets bigger the lower your number. 125 to 200, maybe 2-star, and then everybody else is a 1-star. But again, and this is in keeping in this thing, in real talk, we could build offline on how you want to do it, Cliff. Like, it's so bad when it comes to all those websites and those ranking systems because there's no. We all can get in the room and watch some kids play, the top kids in the country. Can we name the top 10? Sure. Can we name the top 20? Sure. Top 25, top 30? Not a problem. When you get to the 40s and the 50s, it gets not necessarily murky, but you're going to have difference of opinion.
Yeah.
Like I always tell a lot of systems, what's the difference between number 36 and 86?
Yeah, I'm with you. But that goes like the NBA thing we talking about.
They can't give you an answer.
Yeah, that's fair.
They can't, and to me, that's problematic.
That's fair.
If you're running a system like you just said, Cliff, and your man got a system and he has a system in place of what equals what, and this is why. There's no way if you're a national scout for ESPN, for Rivals, for 24/7, that you're on a budget to see these kids. One of the last things that should come out your mouth for somebody to walk up to you is, yo, how good is Clifford Franks? How good is Dain Ervin? The last thing they should ever say is, who's that? I never seen him. That's your job.
Yeah.
You have a national public. It's your job. Nobody said it was easy. You took this job. Get on your job. Like, go see who you got to go see. Because there's enough jamborees, there's enough systems in place where you can see large amounts of kids in one spot. And if you need help, you hire somebody. Yo, Cliff, can you cover Houston for me? Dane, can you cover Louisiana and Dallas for me? Rashawn, can you cover San Antonio, Oklahoma for me? Kid Max, I need all of California, because these dudes get paid handsomely. They get paid well.
Absolutely.
But they're spoon-fed all their information. They get lazy.
Absolutely.
And then they get behind machines like the worldwide leader in sports and almost give you the look and eye like, who are you to question ESPN? But when you got a person like myself that knows how the system is flawed and the manipulation that they play in that system, I see the cracks in the system.
Man, hey, man, y'all getting this prime shit right now. You can't drop a Cash App You can't drop a super chat, man. You getting the inside from a Phoenix Sun.
But that was a super chat anyway. That was that.
Huh? So basically, if they like your content, they can do $5, $10, $15, $20, $25, $100. And you know,
I mean, we here for the people.
I do this all the time, man, because this I'm giving y'all content that, I mean, we going. I thought it was gonna be an hour. We going damn near 4 hours, and but the people liking it though.
Time. I tell you, this is the washed up married life, man.
I know my girl mad at me because she went to Chicago. Actually, ironically, we talking about Chicago. She called me twice, and I tell her, like, you know, I got an epic long live going right now. It is what it is. But man, I'm doing it for y'all, man, so y'all can learn some stuff, man. Get some pick Dain's brain.
So Theo asked the question about Hunter Silas. Hunter Silas should lottery pick with a good year at Gonzaga? I don't know, because it's a lot over there, Theo. You got arguably the number one player coming out of high school in Chet Holmgren. You got Drew Timme out of Dallas, had a really good sophomore year. He came back. You have Hunter. You have some of the guard play in Nembhard that's up there. So I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. And Coach Few is a great coach. Legendary.
Yeah, Mark Few?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great coach.
Great coach.
Great coach.
It's going to be interesting to see how, off of last year's success, number one, they rebound from it. Number two, how the love gets spread around. Does everyone buy in? Does Drew Timme look at it like, yo, I was here to the national championship game. Who the fuck is this freshman that was the number one freshman? He got to get behind me. Or is he opening the doors and welcoming everyone in to the love and success? So with a lot of the teams, you got to see the DNA first. That's one of the perks, and I'm going to love about going to a lot of these pro days and early practices, is seeing how the new guys are blending in with the guys that have been there. So, like I said, I got Memphis next week. It's seeing the Monty Bates, the Jalen Durns blend in.
Monty Bates,
an older team that Penny had coming back. That's interesting. Getting up to Spokane, it's fucking hard as hell to get there, but I got to shoot up for their pro day to figure out what they're doing and what's going on. Trying to think who else.
Hey, is the Monty Bates got any better to you? Because I know last string we had, you said he kind of had a recession.
Yeah, nah. And then he made a little blunder too, because he came out. So he reclassed up, but he's so young that the rule is you have to be 1 year removed and 19 the year of the draft. Now, unless they know something or see something that you and I don't see yet, he's either going to have to do 2 years of college or go overseas or do something.
That's crazy. That's the new normal now. That's crazy.
Right. Well, he could have just stayed in high school. He could have stayed in high school and then just did the one and been able to go. But I don't know. The anxiousness and the rush. I don't know. That's gonna be interesting to watch.
Okay. Yeah, because I know I was very high on Imani Bates. When you kind of redirected me a little bit, it made me kind of rethink what's going on with his progression. So I appreciate your commentary.
I mean, you in the league. You're in the league with the U of H's of the world, and Wichita State's. They're gonna get after it. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I'm with that. Well, shit, man, we approached our number 4.
Nah, this was dope.
Damn. I hope y'all liking this content, man. Again, man, we dropping y'all some real shit, not no bullshit. And I like we got to argue because this is me and Dain do.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, it's real.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to share perspective. All right, let's answer this question. HBCU question. And appreciate you, Venmo and the super chat. Appreciate that, Rashawn. HBCU question. Have they attempted to create their own network that is app-based and partner with streaming services that are preloaded softwares that can come with smart TVs and build from there? I hope so. I doubt it, but I hope so.
Now we here for it. We here for it. And I mean, definitely tell everyone Clubhouse is a great look. It's another platform. Great place to, meet people, hear discussions, conversations like this and others. Definitely follow Cliff, myself, uh, at Hoop Jargon, at BI Reports. Same thing for me on Twitter as well. But I'll probably be fading from that. And I'll be in the shrubberies. I'll be low.
Walter Mitty in the building.
Hold up, Rashard asked one more question before we go. He said, HBCU question, have they attempted to create their own network that is app-based and a partnership of stream show? Nah, and I'm with you, Rashard, because that's the next hang-up. Everyone thinks, the top players just go to HBCU, it's going to get better. It don't work like that. The TV deals is where it's at. That's what it's about. And you're right. For them to bubble, it's going to take a smart nerd or alumni to understand, let's get these sports and these homecomings, probates, let's get them on these apps because everybody got their phones in their hands. Get it to bubble like that and do it like that. They got to be different. They got to be different. Tony Allen, you asked me about the 7'3" kid. Victor Wembanyama is his name. Victor Wembanyama. If you not on my Instagram, I did a story on him back in July. I went over in July. Saw him against Team USA because he actually played against Team America. Between the game sports, unfortunately, I cannot attend the season opener for Hicks. Hicks is my man, 50 grand. Probably gonna be pissed that I broke this with Cliff and not him on the chop shop, but he knows I can't attend that. I mean, we can go to break bread afterwards or something like that, but I can't attend that event. I can only attend. So the rule for NBA personnel, so that you know it, you can only evaluate kids when it's on the high school level that are 1 year removed. So not trying to be funny or trying to gaslight Cliff again. If the JBA really had guys, I would a scout, because a lot of those guys 1 year removed, they were older, and you could check them out like that. So like I mentioned, the kid Shaden Sharp, he's 1 year removed. He's the number one player in the country actually in the 2022 high school class. But he is a fifth-year kid, a la John Wall, which that's happened before. So I can go watch him ad nauseum. I can really pick his game apart and really, really watch what he does well, what he doesn't do well, how he interacts, just the small things, and figure it out from there. So he goes to Dream City Christian out in Arizona. So anywhere they're at, if they're at like a really good event, what I'm going to do is look at their schedule and figure out, he playing against this kid or that kid. Now, some schools don't know he's a fifth-year kid, but that's why NBA level people, we have to know. We got to get to those answers. So he is technically draft eligible. He committed to Kentucky, but if he probably gets a lot of feedback from his people, he may enter the draft. It's kind of a weak draft, so he could potentially pull it off. But back to the Victor Wembanyama, Tony Allen, he's a good. He can play. Like, he really can play. Like, he's light in the ass, but I mean, he's a 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid. He was playing 19 and under. Shot blocking is there. He can really shoot. It's equivalent, to give you a reference, Cliff. You remember Lauren Woods?
Yeah. Got the late great Lauren Woods, man.
He passed away?
Maybe I'm thinking about a buddy that played for the no, never mind. I'm thinking about a buddy that played for
put him in the
Grizzlies. The Grizzlies. Lorenzen Wright.
Yes. Yeah, no, he ain't him, but Lauren Woods started at Wake Forest. He ended up at Arizona. Exactly, Tony Allen. So Victor, he moves like him. When I see him run, he looks like Lauren Woods. But then the flip and the trigger, so it's a little Pau Gasol to him, but he can shoot. He can really stretch the defense. And he's rim protecting. And, the good part is he's coming up overseas. Overseas for the youth is a lot more physical than American basketball.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so he's not a sucker. And then he's getting a pro tutelage because he plays for Tony Parker's team. He plays for his team in France. He's already signed, like I said, my boss now, my ex-boss. He's the director of basketball operations with the Dallas Mavericks now, Nico Harrison. Right before he left Nike, he signed Victor already too. So I don't know if Bernard is still here, but I know Bernard knows my man Nico. But he signed Victor before he left.
Is Nico old?
He can play.
Is Nico old?
Nah, Nico is like 48.
Yeah, that's old. Yeah, so Bernard know.
No, you stupid.
Y'all old. Y'all old ninjas, man.
Nah, man. Like the old timers tell me, man, keep living. What you talking about? You got to get here.
And I got to enjoy my time to call somebody old because I'm crawling up there.
Oh, you about to be at school? You about to be at school? Tony, how you said Marjon Beauchamp from Seattle. Technically, Tone, he's 2 years removed. So that kid, and this is someone who passed on, the late great BJ Johnson. He was a scout with the Houston Rockets. BJ had came out to the Pangos camp in June before the pandemic. He's like, man, I really like this kid. So that kid at that time was going into the 12th grade. And he went to high school, like you said, Tacoma's correct. But then that next year, when everyone, because he was in the same class as Cade, when Cade went to Oklahoma State and that whole class, that kid went to that pro program out in Arizona. I forgot what it's called. But it was like some, again, like some unproven, it was the non-conventional route, but it wasn't trusted. It wasn't backed by the right people. He got ability, and then now, so he was draft eligible now, but then he decided to join the G League Ignite. But it's two forms of the G League Ignite. You can be the G League Ignite with the high schoolers, the guys, Scoot Henderson, the different guys, Mike Foster, that are doing their gap year there. Then you can do the G League Ignite where you're helping practice along and you're helping them play in games. Yeah. So you're already a pro. So he's, Marjon is more than a year removed, but he's just with the G League Ignite.
Appreciate that. Rashawn being Rashawn. Has Brady Renner become part of the NBA Rookie Symposium? Hey, y'all saw my video on Brady Renner, man. And I would tell you what, she worth her weight in gold. I met her in real life.
But Cliff, I saw a picture of her interviewing Meg Thee Stallion.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, she made her look like a little kid.
For real?
Oh my God. And I'm like, yo, I like them itty bitty committee chicks all day long, but it's like, is she really that little? Like Meg, we talked about horses. Meg looked like a Clydesdale, and she looked like a show pony. Yeah. And I was like, man, like, she that big? Like, nah, she can't be that much bigger than her. She made her look little, bro.
No, Meg big, man. I think she's like 6 foot tall, and
yeah, buddy.
Stack. Well, so I got a picture with Brittany Renner. If y'all look on my community tab, I took 7 years ago. So she's not a big girl, man. She probably, I would put her about 5'5". She plays soccer at Jackson State. She's not a big girl. And so, Meg being, a Clydesdale, as it were, yeah, I can see her towering over.
Listen, man, Meg thicker than the Flintstone newspaper. You hear me? Jeez, yo.
I like that one. I'm going to use that one.
Man, what? That's another one, Tone. That's my baby mama. Chill out, man. Keep my missus off there, man. Me and Liz got history, boy. That's me.
You say you who?
Liz Cambridge.
Liz Cambridge. Man, Liz Cambage, man. I don't know, man. She's. I did a video on her, too.
Now, she big, dog.
She a big one, dog. I don't know if I can take that tree down, bro.
Shit. Shit. One chop at a time, man. One chop at a time.
I ain't gonna lie. The tallest I probably took down, I'll leave her name out the stream, obviously, but she could dunk in high school.
Yeah.
She's about 6'3". She played at Dallas Lincoln. And I won't say what school she played at in college, but I took that tree down a few times. And,
nah, man, what? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't gain appreciation until later in life for taller women. When I was younger, and you know this too, Cliff, when we were young and we were malnourished and not fully developed, like tall girls just didn't look right.
Yeah, bro.
It wasn't attractive, but man, when you get older, man, don't catch me on payday.
Hey, I like my girl tall, man. She about 5'8", which is
good size.
World. That's Yao Ming in regular girl world.
I was holding on for you, Cliff. We got 15 seconds. whole 4 hours, man.
Yeah, man. Man. Yeah, we gonna end it here, man. I know you got a life to get to. This just was an organic live, man. So I hope y'all appreciate that, man. Hit the cash app, man.
I appreciate everybody. Tony Allen, Justin Singleton. Y'all definitely wrote it out. Bernard, Rashad, you know, we family go back. I think what's his name? Mad Kid? Not Mad Kid. I'm about to say Mad Kid.
My man's Kid Max.
Kid Max, DOB. Shout out to y'all. Dexterous, Crockett. Shout out to you. It was definitely official. I appreciate this. Mike Benson. Mike was working.
hey, Mike like to try to make me look wrong. So he will agree with anybody who goes against what I say. So I told him, hey, go get your ass on camera then and argue.
But nah, real talk. Let's pencil in Elvis. I know Elvis, I don't know if he's still here. He checked in, but yeah, Cliff, look at it. That 15th to the 17th. I'm gonna be there. And like I said, only game I know I can go to for sure is the Desert City Christian game with Shade and Sharp. So hit me, let me know if you want to pull up. If I gotta rearrange my room setup, but I'll be there for sure Friday to Sunday.
Bet that. So it's my birthday weekend, and I plan to I took the day off. I didn't know what I was gonna do, so I guess that's what I'm gonna do. So man, appreciate everybody who tuned in. Tib, you late to the party? We 4 hours in.
Oh.
But
Thibodeau, where you been at, man? I ain't seen you in Clubhouse either.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's yeah, Dain. Yeah, Mike. Yeah. Sure, buddy. You know you've been taken to school so many times on the ball situation. You and what's my man's name? Sarone. Y'all just what's it called? Wrong and loud with the ball situation. So you know it's all good, man. It's all good. So, yeah, man. So I appreciate everybody tuning in, man. Again, if you want to hit the Cash App, you can. If you want to hit the Super Chat, you can. We bring you premium information. Dain Ervin, newest member of the Phoenix Suns.
My man.
Yeah. All right, man. Anything you want to say before you peace out, bro?
No, I don't. I appreciate everybody's time, energy. Support everybody's platform. And if you got a platform, keep pushing. You know, sometimes it look like it ain't going nowhere. But, you know, even if that's the case, sometimes you got to look inside you, figure out what you got to do to reinvent yourself to keep it going. If you're passionate about it, you're going to do it. It's not about a price. It's not about what you're making. It's about the impact you want to leave. And over time, trust and believe, it definitely is going to grow over time.
Yeah, bro. All right, man. So till next time, man, y'all be cool. Y'all be solid. Mike Benson, stay crazy. And Hoop Jargon, we out, man. So I'm gonna let Kendrick Perkins take us to glory.
Shout out to Hoop Jargon, man. I'm gonna add you to the crew, man. This crew called Hoop Jargon. They've been getting at it, man. They the ones that's gonna grill you, man, because they majority are all Houston people. So that's
shout out to Hoop Jargon.
Shout out to Hoop Jargon.